And all right, guys, let's just go ahead and get right into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and get into Trump's, I guess, Black History Month celebration. And then, of course, we're going to get into a media analysis because there's been updates across the board concerning Iran, polling with Trump, and the midterms. And it's a lot to get into. So let's go ahead and get into it with, well, Trump and a whole lot of black politicians, or as the liberals would call them, Uncle Toms.
Ben recommended Scott. And when Ben recommends somebody, I just do it. Did I make a good decision? Be careful. Don't fall, Ben. If you fall, that's the end. You can never recover from a fall. You know, you can make the greatest speech ever, but if you fall, my predecessor taught me that. So is Scott doing a good job, Ben?
He's doing the best job ever.
Come on, say that. I like that.
You know, one of the reasons I was so high on Scott Turner is he was really the driving force behind the opportunity zones, which doesn't get nearly the attention that it should, but it was because President Trump realized that the best way to get things done is through public-private partnerships and have everybody with skin in the game. And it is working, as are all the other things that he's been recommending. And at some point, the mainstream media will recognize that you don't politicize everything. You open your eyes and your ears and you look and you see what works and you deal with that. But the best thing about Scott, he's got a lot of energy. You know, I'm an old man now. I'll be 75 on my next birthday. And I'm not like President Trump. He just goes forever. But no one else is like that. But Scott Turner, we call him the Energizer Bunny, and he is doing a fantastic job. And I want to congratulate all the people at HUD because most of them have come back and continued with what we were doing during the first Trump term, and it's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Well, just very briefly, thank you, Mr. President. We are so grateful for your leadership and for your heart for America. And Dr. Carson, who is a tremendous just leader, servant leader, and been a great mentor to me. And, you know, I never thought that I would see the day where I'm standing between the president and Dr. Ben Carson. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And so I just want to say to everyone that's here, you know, as we celebrate this special day in not only Black History,
of course, shout out to Ben Carson, probably one of the most popular black politicians on the right and on the left too. And shout out to our, you know, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, because, you know, he's actually been coming out with some decent accomplishments as well. I mean, hey, shout out to mortgages being at the mortgage rate being at a 3-year low. Now, could it be better? Of course, but let's see what else they get done. And of course, the economic opportunity zones, the opportunity zones are also still going on as well. So shout out to this guy.
American history.
Believer in the plan.
This year that we've been here, you know, under President Trump, the Lord has been so gracious to us, and he's been faithful, and the president has been a tremendous leader in his work ethic, his heart for people. And when he says America first, he really does mean America first. Yeah. And so, and to be able to stand on the shoulders of Dr. Ben Carson and for the president to trust Dr. Carson at his word is truly humbling for me. And so to stand now as the servant leader and the secretary of HUD, I'm grateful to the Lord. I'm grateful to the president and Dr. Carson. And I promise you, we will continue to do good work and to make not just housing affordable and everybody achieve the American dream, but really to bring transformation. And so that those that are in our country who depend on subsidies and this, that, and the other will get off of that and live a life of self-sustainability. So God bless y'all.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. And Ben mentioned opportunity.
And I mean, yeah, shout out because what was it? HUD reported that the FHA supported a pathway to home ownership for more than 876,000 Americans in 2025. So yeah, they've been doing their thing. Like I said, the numbers could be better, but hey, better than Biden.
Opportunity zones. We did that, and I want to thank Tim Scott because he really, it was his baby. That was his baby, and he did a great job with it. We appreciate it. And again, Candy, thank you very much for being here. Special woman. Ben's getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the biggest. That's the biggest. It's the highest award you can have outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. But it's better because, you know, a lot of people get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They're not around. You get them, they're not around. Whereas we don't have to go that far, generally speaking. But it's the highest award, civilian. And then you have the matching is the Congressional Medal of Honor, both tremendous. So, Ben, I'll be seeing you back here pretty soon, I think, and you're going to get the award. You'll probably fill up this room. I said, we'll do it in the Oval Office. He said, sir, it's not big enough. I said, what? So we're going to do it right here, okay? And we love it. I'd like to also thank senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General. He's
oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
fantastic man. He's been my friend for a long time, Leo Terrell. There's no better. We have time, right? Do we have time? Yes. Anybody have to go? Like, come on up here, Leo. Get up here. This guy, he says it like it is. I like Leo. Come here, Leo. Look at you, spry. 2.0. Leo 2.0.
Let me just thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all,
hey man, this Trump is really about to bring up nothing but black people. It's gonna be really hard to call him racist after this.
we are living under the administration of the greatest president in our lifetime. And we have the hottest country in our lifetime. And I want to make sure the mainstream media knows this because you represent the people who basically counter what the mainstream media has done. President Trump was the president who fully funded historically black colleges and universities.
That's
President Trump took the lead.
I remember I was listening to this one lady. She's a liberal, and I don't know why I like listening to her debate. But the thing is, but one of her arguments was that, oh well, what did Trump do for black people? I mean, well, he did make sure that these black colleges, that the black colleges didn't have to come back and continuously ask for funding. He made sure that here you go, you're gonna be funded up to this long. You don't even got to come back. We got you. But apparently, though, other presidents, they kept on having to come back and ask for it over and over and over again. And this is something that Trump did different. Now, it does go to say that all presidents have given money to black colleges. I mean, of course, trust me. I mean, optically, it's not a good look if you don't. But Trump is the first one to sit there and be like, look, you don't even got to come back. Just take the money. We're just going to go ahead and set it in for you. And you don't even got to come back here all the time. I mean, that's a real N-word move.
And perform criminal justice reform. President Trump made sure that we had opportunity zones. Let me close by saying this. This country is at a crossroads, and we have the right president at the right time. And if you want school choice, like I know you do, President Trump wants it. If you want a law and order society and secure border, President Trump wants that. And more importantly, I say this because this is the greatest country on the planet. American citizens should decide American election. Vote for the SAVE Act.
Thank you. Leo 2.0. We love Leo. Thank you, Leo. That was very good. Yeah, 4 more years.
All right, come on now, guys.
Anyway, so he's a special guy. I watched him on Sean Hannity a long time ago. He used to be a Democrat, you know. Leo was a Democrat. That's a long time ago, right? Can you imagine you were a Democrat?
Yeah, so were you?
I can't imagine it. You'd see him with Leo 2.0 up in the hat. We love him. He's a great man, actually. General Counsel for the Department of War, Earl Matthews. That's a big deal. Thank you, Earl. Thank you very much. I see Johnny over there with a great book. How is the book doing? Good? What a great person you are. Great book. White House Pardon Czar. This is a big job.
Black lady.
This is a big job. Alice Johnson. Alice? Where's Alice? What a sweetheart.
You know, the black people in the Trump administration don't get enough recognition. Like, not a lot of people know that our pardon czar is a black woman. Like, not a lot of people know that.
I met Alice, and she was incarcerated for what some people would say today is not even a fine, right, Alice? It's not even a fine. And I said, how long has she been in jail? 22 years. I said, 22 years. And right, Alice? And come on up here, Alice. Come on up. I said, 22 years, and she was on a phone call. This was over a phone call. I know about fake phone calls too, Alice, you know, remember? They tried to get me in a fake phone call. But Alice was in jail for like 22 years. I said, how many years does she have left? 28. I said, 28 years left. And I said it, and I mean, she admitted she made a little mistake, but it was not the kind of a mistake that you serve 50 years in jail for. Like maybe a couple of months, maybe less than that. And I said, this is the most unfair. And then when I met her, I fell in love. I felt my wife was very upset with it. Our great first lady did not like that, Scott. She didn't like it, but Alice is great. And say a couple of words. It was so ridiculous. 22 years, she had 28 left. And I said, let's get her the hell out. And we got her out. We did a commute. And then when I got to know her, she was so high quality. I said, full pardon. So she's cleaner than anybody in this room, even than my friend right here. She's cleaner. Because of that, she's cleaner than anybody in this room.
Thank you, Mr. President. The feeling was mutual. I fell in love with this man, with his heart, with his heart for this country, with his heart to really bring America back to the form of greatness that it deserved. And that's exactly what he has done. My story is truly a Joseph story. This president right here, President Donald Trump, brought me from the prison pit to the White House. Only in America could there be a story like my story.
I know it's really hard to call the man racist when, I mean, he looked at a black woman's story, pretty much commuted her sentence, got to know her, by the way. I mean, if he's a racist, why even get to know her? If it was all just for a public stunt, what's the point of the personal relationship? Got to like her, and then, oh, guess what she is now? Bro, she's our pardon czar. Yes, she's the one who put in requests for pardons and all this good stuff and reviewed the cases and all that. Actually, she's kind of the reason why some of y'all favorite rappers got off through Trump. Like, shout out Kodak Black.
And President Trump is the only president who would have had the courage to bring someone like me, someone who received a second chance, but who knows more than someone who has sit among the captives, than someone who has been in captivity themselves. I did not get comfortable in my own freedom, but I went back, as Harriet Tubman said she did. She went back to draw many others into freedom. And President Trump has listened to those recommendations. There's so much more to come because when you see me, you see a miracle. You see hope. You see second chances. And you see someone who is willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work, do the hard work to help individuals gain their freedom. President Trump did something historic in his first term. He signed the First Step Act into law. And for that, over 40,000, and that number is low, over 40,000 individuals have come home to their families early. And you know, many of those were Black Americans who had no hope. This president right here, as you look out upon this sea of Black Americans, this president hears you. This president cares for you. Don't let anyone tell you that this president right here, Donald Trump, is not for Black America, because he is. I'm standing here today as a testament to how he feels about Black Americans. There has never been a position like this. I don't know if there ever will be before, but I worked with him in his first term, and I'm proud to now officially have the title to make it happen. Let's get real with the realness. Let's get behind President Trump, who truly has turned our nation around and made us the envy of every country in the world. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, God.
I mean, hey, look, it's kind of hard to call the man a racist when he literally did all that for just some Black woman that was in jail. Like, bro, society threw her away. Her own kind threw her away. But Donald Trump, just for some reason, some strange reason, I don't even understand, decided to, you know, take pity on her, help her out, and then give her a position in the White House as a pardon czar. I mean, you can't really say the man's racist for that one. You can. It's really hard to sit there and say that he is. And I know y'all want to say, okay, well, we can't call him racist, but he's a pedo. Well, you can't even prove that. You can't prove that either. I mean, you can't prove none of that. Please show me the evidence, because I've been looking through the Epstein files harder than you have. But shout out to Toe. She says, PSA, any racist insults or disrespect towards S.E.T, the host, will get you kicked. Also, S.E.T and mods request you don't use all caps. Also, S.E.T and mod request you don't use all caps. Appreciate that. I do request that you not, you know, just use all caps. Only I'm allowed to use all caps. I appreciate you working with me, your cooperation.
For recognizing and raising up this man to be the leader of the free world. I love you.
She's a great woman. You know, when I was looking for a...
No, I'm sorry, but somebody said you have to be crazy to think Trump's a good man. I mean, hold on. It's like, isn't that not what a good man does? Help somebody in need when everybody else forgot about them? Like, he didn't have to do that. I ain't saying he's the best person in the world, but that is a good deed. It's really hard not to call him a good man if that's if what she said is true. I don't know how you can sit there and call him evil. I'll be real with you. Sure, he's a narcissist. Sure, he's egotistical. But I mean, yay, he has done some nice things.
Pardon person, like a pardon czar. They gave me somebody from Harvard, somebody from Yale, somebody from Princeton, somebody from Penn, somebody from Stanford. And I said, do you know anything about it? Well, we can learn. You know, they can learn. And when I met Alice, I said, she's better than these people. And she's done a fantastic job. You know, I said to Alice, I said, so I'm looking for people like you to let out. How many people are there like you? She said, many. I said, many in jail. Think of it. 22 years she was in jail, and she had 28 years to go on a phone call. You admit you did a little something wrong, right? But it was like, okay, it wasn't 50 years. Even if you said 6 months, today it would be probably nothing. But even if you said some little time, but I said, I'm looking for other people like you. How many are there? Many. Then I was worried I said, well, maybe she's going to say everybody should be let out. We're not a believer in that. I said, so Alice, are there people that shouldn't be? You met a lot of people, right? Are there people that shouldn't be let out? Absolutely. Then I felt better, because there's some bad ones in there too, right? but you are fantastic, and you've been great and so respected all over the country, all over the world. In a sense, you become a very big story. Thank you very much, Alice. I appreciate it. And we have Lynn Patton. Lynn, thank you. You've been such a help. And Kelly Mitchell, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Where's Kelly? Thank you, Kelly. And we have Dr. Alveda King. Thank you, darling. Thank you. You've been with me from day one, right? From day one, she's been there. She's been fighting for me, and I fight for her. I don't have to do too much fighting for her. She takes care of herself. Thank you. Thank you. We can say Merry Christmas is right. Thank you. Thank you for all that support for years, right? Even before Alice, a long time, years before Alice, right? Thank you, darling. Corinne Rankin, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Corinne. And Deontay Johnson, thank you. And a man who's been with me for a long time, and he's never asked me for a thing. Bruce, thank you very much. Bruce Lavelle, thank you very much. I wasn't sure if they had your name down here, Bruce. I was going to mention you anyway, okay? But they had your name. They did a job, finally.
But all right.
They always leave a lot of names out, and that bothers me. Like I see Scott Bessent, his name was left out. First time ever. Look at Scott. I'm looking for his name.
And of course, shout out Scott Bessent. I'll be honestly probably the most productive person in this administration is Scott Bessent, considering how the economy is doing, considering how we got the trade deals and everything. Domestic production is up, mostly in steel. But yeah, Scott Bessent, him being Treasury Secretary, probably one of Donald Trump's best choices. Pam Bondi, worst choice. Kash Patel, But hey, I ain't gonna lie, that Scott guy for HUD, that's actually a pretty good choice as well. It's kind of funny. It's like all the guys in the Trump administration are actually performing pretty well, while all the women are kind of the ones being mainly criticized. No offense, women. No offense. It'd be like
But I've
that.
also deployed the National Guard to bring back safety to Memphis and to New Orleans and Washington. And the National Guard has been incredible, and people are safe. In the case of Washington, the restaurants were all closing up. People were getting really badly hurt and killed, frankly, many people killed. And now you can walk down the street and you have nothing to fear. We have one of the safest cities in the world, and it happened very fast, Bruce. One of those who knows the importance of this mission is Felicia Cook, a lifelong Washingtonian who tragically lost her grandson to violence in 2017. Felicia, we're so sorry, and you are a spectacular person. If you could say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Yes, come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, help her up. We don't want any mistakes. Come on. Thank you. Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. I like her. Please.
I like him too. One thing I like about him, he keeps it real, just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks. Thank
Even on
God
accident.
for this president. I am filled, my cup runneth over. Because he allowed his constituents, his people to come to my house to interview me, to talk about the murder of my grandson. It seemed like nobody cared. I'm an advocate for murder. I marched, I rallied, I pulled out other families in the District of Columbia that had murders and did not have answers. Ooh. We marched and we rallied, and nobody heard me, Democrats. Get mad at me. Until this Republican sent his constituents, his people out there.
I mean, yeah, because the Democrats, well, let's be real. I'm not going to say they want high crime in black areas, but it seems to be that, these high crime black areas happen to be ran by Democrats. So, it doesn't really do their political stock too well when the same black people that they have leadership over are complaining about the crime, the high crime that, well, they're not really helping out with in their district, city, etc. Like, man.
To interview me in my home. Have you ever heard of a thing? Then they invited me twice before Congress to testify for the beautiful bill that's going to change crime in the district. If you kill somebody, okay, you take a life, you do life. Just that simple. If you do a harsh crime, you do harsh time. Just that simple.
Okay.
And then we need National Guard, and which we did years ago. He brought it on.
Hey.
I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off him.
All right.
And Grandma said it.
Hey, y'all heard Grandma? She told y'all to shut the fuck up when you speak about Trump, man. Shut your goddamn. Oh, I'm just playing. But that was a pretty spirited speech she had. Let's be real. Very vociferous.
Wow. That's pretty good. When is she running for office? Felicia, when are you running for office, please? You have my endorsement. Felicia. Thank you, darling. That's great. What a great, and it's from the heart. Your little baby, right, was just so horribly taken from you. Under the Trump administration, we believe that no community should be abandoned to the scourge of violent crime, and we're saving thousands and thousands of lives.
Dems. Yes, no community should be left to the scourge of violent crime. Brandon Johnson, mayor of mayor of Chicago. I mean, what's that other? Wait, what's the lady's? Mayor Bass of LA. Yeah, you shouldn't leave your constituents to, I don't know, gang members. Like, bro, what's really wrong with you, Dems? Like, you do know you guys run the most, unaffordable and high crime places, right? Like, y'all know this, right?
In many cities, and frankly, if these radical left lunatic Democrats would come and say, please help us, please, we'd stop crimes all over the place. And we're doing it in a lot of cities. Sometimes we have to force ourselves upon them because they're so bad. And I don't even think they realize what's happening to their cities and their towns. But every town that we go in, every city that we go in, like Washington, Felicia, you feel much safer now, totally safe. You can walk to a restaurant. The restaurants were all closing. Now you can't get a restaurant. The bad news is you can't get into a restaurant. But it's a great thing to see what's happening in Washington. It's a hot place, and hopefully people will be coming in record numbers. And I know we need a little help. You need help in Atlanta. He just said, you're right. Atlanta, we could take care of Atlanta. I'll tell you what, you ought to get them to call me. We could take care of Atlanta so fast.
Yeah, I'm be real with you. Yeah, we do need a little bit of help when it comes to Congress. Yeah, because it does look like the Republicans might lose the House, but they may retain the Senate. It's more likely that they'll retain the Senate, but it's looking like they may lose the House in the midterms. Now, we'll see. This is not for sure, but I'm just going off of the numbers that I've been reading, and I ain't gonna lie, it's not looking good for the Republicans come midterms when it comes to, the Congress or the House. It looks like we actually might lose that, not by a large margin, but at least probably by 2 to 3 seats, actually. 2 to 3 seats. So Republicans, get y'all shit together. Stop worrying about Israel. Start focusing on domestic policies. Because I'm be real with you. I mean, the only thing you guys can really run off of is the failed pick of Mondani and Abigail Spanberger. And that's probably y'all best stick right now. It's proving to them that Dems cannot fix your affordability problem. Mondani done proved it, and Abigail Spanberger done proved it. Why? Because now things are more expensive for you. So trust me, when a Dem talks about affordability, the Democratic base should learn to plug their ears by now. When they start talking about healthcare and all that feel good stuff, y'all can listen. But when it comes to affordability, I don't even know why you listen to them. Like, these Dems of today are not the Dems of old. They're not economically responsible, not even fiscally responsible like that for them to be deciding your economic future, to be honest with you. This is not Bill Clinton. This ain't Obama. This is a new age of Dems that honestly lean more socialist. Let's be real.
They don't want to call. They don't want They don't want to call because they don't want to admit it, and they'll never fix it themselves. Don't forget, we move people out. We don't just go in and, be tough guys. We move people out. We take career criminals and we get them out. We bring them back to the country from where they came. And think of it, 90% of the crime is caused by 2% of the people. Think of it. So when you get the criminals out, you solve a lot of problems. Another way that we're fulfilling our duty to the next generation is the single biggest thing that's happened having to do with schools and education. It's called school choice in our great, big, beautiful bill. Our beautiful bill, which really covers 4 years. We put it all together. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. This will help millions of African-American children and ensure that no child is condemned to a failing government or a horrible school. And we have a person here who's fantastic on this subject. Greta, would you please come up? Please, Greta, come on up. Thank you. And her beautiful daughter. Thanks, Greta. Thank you very much.
God bless you. Thank you, darling. Well, I ditto. To God be the glory. And we're grateful for our president. He's doing some tremendous work. And I want to remind those that don't know that this was prophesied. So you weren't supposed to have the second term when it came about. This is your season. And God said that it was going to be rough the first 2 years and that things were going to happen. But then the last 2 years are going to be great.
Well, I hope
and
so.
Yes, you're going to do some tremendous things. And so for that, we thank you. On behalf of all the mothers all around the world, I'm from Texas. I live in a zip code that I didn't have an opportunity to have a choice to go to school. And so when I raised my children, I wanted a better opportunity for them. And I'm so grateful to A scholarships and all the doors that the president is opening for education. My son was in a school that he didn't have any voice, and he found drugs in school. And he died. And so I'm here today to just show my appreciation for all the moms around the world. We have a choice now. This choice is so important to mothers. I have a child that, because I had a choice, she's in private school. She's thriving. She's thriving. She's going to be an anesthesiology nurse.
All right.
She's doing great. And A scholarships was a big part of that. Changing education changes everything.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Changing education
Yes.
changes everything. In my zip code, it feels like we were locked in a cage.
Yep.
And being locked in a cage and can't get out. And because of all of the things that you're doing for education, now we can get out and soar. Our children can have a chance to be prosperous.
Damn, I low-key know what she's talking about because I've experienced that myself. I also grew up in a zip code where you didn't have really too much good schools to go to at all. Unless you were like me, an over effing achiever, got really good grades so you can afford a scholarship to a private high school. Unless you were going to be in the effed up high schools where they're smoking weed, they're fighting every day, the teachers aren't shit, and that was going to be you. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, our zip code can become a prison when it comes to education. It sucks, but it's real. And unless you're like an overachiever and your parents really put in, it's not something that you can't naturally get a good education in that environment. That's just the real.
Like other children, and I thank you for that. This is a great opportunity. So on behalf of all the mothers all around the world, I stand here and I give you your flowers while you can still get them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Give me a hug.
Thank you.
And this is your.
What a beautiful. What a beautiful. Thank you. Wow, so nice. Thank you very much. Thanks, Greta.
Can't be mad at that.
So we're calling it end, and I just want to say this is an honor to be here. We celebrate Black History Month. We honor the memory of those who came before us by continuing their legacy and fighting for an American that's really an America that's safe and strong and prosperous. We now have a country that's bigger, better, greater than ever before. I want to thank all my secretaries and all of the people that came here. Our military leaders are here. We have a lot of people that are here, and I want to thank you all. But this is a very special group of people. So happy Black History Month, happy Black History Year, and happy Black history, century. Thank you all. Thank you, Bruce.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Now let's go on to the White House press conference that they had. Let's go ahead and get right into it with Miss Caroline Levitt, and shout out to her because, well, she is pregnant. So shout out. Ain't even showing though.
Everybody, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience as always. Let's begin with some scheduling announcements for the remainder of President Trump's very busy week. Today at 3 p.m., President Trump will host a Black History Month reception in the East Room of the White House. I know many of you will attend, and we will see you up there. Tomorrow, President Trump will host a Board of Peace meeting at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace, where he will announce that member states have pledged more than $5 billion towards the Gaza humanitarian.
Oh, and just need to read out the polls. Out of 345 votes, we have, do you support Donald Trump? We have no at 56 and yes at 44. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Makes sense. I ain't gonna lie. We do have a lot of libs in here, and that's actually a good thing. Please tell me why you don't support Donald Trump, and hopefully it actually makes sense and has something to do with his policies and not you trying to say he's a pedo with, well, no proof.
In reconstruction efforts, and have also committed thousands of personnel to the International Stabilization Force and local police to maintain security and peace for Gazans. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will travel to the great state of Georgia, where he will visit 2 local businesses and give a speech on his efforts to make life affordable for working people. On Friday, President Trump will host a working breakfast with governors in the East Room here at the White House. And on Saturday night, President Trump and the First Lady will host the annual Governor's Dinner. Next, I'd like to provide an update on the economy. We're seeing promising signs every day that 2026 is going to be a record successful year for the American people, just as President Trump promised them. The January jobs report shattered expectations, highlighting how the president's program.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, bro, we went down in inflation. We're at 2.4% inflation. There was 130,000 jobs added to the economy. Unemployment went down from that 4.4 to 4.3. And of course, once again, GDP's up and the stock market, the Dow has hit 50,000, according to Pam Bondi. Still doesn't make up for the Epstein files, though. But I mean, the Dow, guys.
Growth economic agenda is fueling American prosperity. The economy added 172,000 new private sector jobs to kick off the year. That's more than 2.5 times economists' predictions. The labor force participation rate went up while the unemployment rate fell. The prime age labor force participation rate is now at its highest since 2001. Most importantly, 100% of all job creation under President Trump continues to be in the private sector. This is truly remarkable. That's 615,000 private sector jobs that have been added in President Trump's second term thus far. These are real working people. These are real American families who will be living out their American dream. Meanwhile, federal government employment has shrunk to its lowest level since 1966, saving taxpayers $29 billion annually. And all of the net job growth under President Trump has gone to native-born Americans, ending the disgraceful pattern under Joe Biden of job gains going to non-citizens. And
actually, we were seeing an uptick in employment because of all the deportations that was happening in factories, construction sites, and all that crazy stuff. Yeah, that actually did drive up unemployment. But as we kept telling you, Dems, yeah, well, once we deport all these illegals, there's going to be Americans coming in and filling those positions. I mean, it's from the farm all the way out to the factories to the construction site, my friend.
Legal aliens. Additionally, on inflation, the new CPI report is even more proof of the progress made by President Trump. Despite all of the doom casting from the so-called experts, the president has managed to utilize powerful tariffs to secure trillions of dollars in investments into our country and rebalance our trade deals while simultaneously cooling inflation. Year-over-year inflation fell to 2.4% in January, beating expectations again and marking the lowest level since May. Core inflation, the best measure of inflation, dropped to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. Meanwhile, real average hourly earnings for all private sector workers rose in the month of January, which means more money is going back.
It rose by 0.4%. So yeah, it did rise by 0.4%.
Directly.
So honestly, and that's a good thing. Now we want more growth in the wages because that's how we're going to beat our way out of inflation. Because like I said, we lost buying power. So now we got to work on gaining buying power. And under Trump's first year, he gained at least close to half of it back for us. Hopefully during this year, I would say wages continuously go up month over month, quarter over quarter, year over year, and we'll be in a good spot.
Into people's pockets. After only 1 year of President Trump back in office, real earnings for all private sector workers have outpaced inflation by nearly $1,400, earning back roughly half of the $2,900 they lost under Joe Biden when 40-year high inflation was stealing Americans' purchasing power. President Trump's policies.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. We got about 300 of y'all in here.
Are and will continue to allow Americans' incomes to go further for bills, retirement, and achieving the American dream. A key part of the American dream is buying a home. And that is finally becoming more affordable under this president. This past week, it was announced the annual mortgage cost for a new home has fallen by $4,000 so far under President Trump, after rising by roughly $15,000.
Man, I'm gonna be real with you, man. Like 4,000 is 40,000 is what we really need. I mean, like, yeah, at least a 40,000 reduction in housing costs, because we're talking about houses that are 200K up. I'm sorry, but 4,000 is nice, but y'all can do better. But I'm glad you're doing something.
Under Joe Biden. As a result, mortgage affordability has reached a 4-year best following recent bold action by the president to make home ownership more attainable for American families, not large Wall Street corporate institutional investors. At the same time, national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low and have declined for 6 consecutive months. The annual rental cost for—
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Help us hit the goals so we can open up that call-in line, guys. Appreciate the support.
For a new rental unit has fallen nearly $100 so far under President Trump, after rising more than $3,000 under Joe Biden. And many are crediting that to the president's deportation efforts to remove illegal aliens from our communities and therefore from housing that should be used for American citizens. At the grocery store, the price of eggs, dairy, cheese, fresh fruit, apples, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, and butter have fallen since President Trump took office.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. When they do try to say that, oh, prices haven't fallen, yeah, they have. I mean, Democrats like to cherry pick the prices, the items that are going up, but they won't tell you about how there are actually items going down, like your groceries. Yes, we're talking about your grocery items, that prices are actually falling, but then you'll have the Dems nitpicking out and be like, see, look, this went up by like 0.2%. This went up by 2%, but they won't point out the fact that frozen vegetables went down by 2% as well. I mean, they won't point out the fact that eggs went down. They won't point out the fact that actually meats went down as well. They didn't even point that out. And that's what they were bitching about.
And he is continuing to fight for even lower prices at the grocery store for the American consumer. At the gas pump, fuel prices are down by almost 10% over the past year. The average national price for a gallon of regular gas is now less than $3 and is approaching $2.70 in some states, and much lower than that in many states across the country as well. We've seen in
$2.70 in my area.
Several states, gas is under $2 a gallon.
Which
and
is
at
Ohio,
the pharmacy, prescription drug prices are down over the past year, with even more price relief ahead for American patients, thanks to President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing deals and the great healthcare plan, which he is calling on Congress to pass as soon as possible. What President Trump wants Americans to understand is that this is only the start and the best is yet to come. The historic success that we have seen since he took office is just the beginning of enormous growth and opportunity that we are about to witness. And I know the president looks forward to hitting the road and being with the great people of Georgia tomorrow to talk about just this. So with that, today, I know there's a lot of news. I will open it up to take your questions, and we're going to start, as always, with our new media seat, the great Michael Graham from Inside Sources. Thank you for being here, Michael.
Thank you for having us, and thanks from our 200 newspaper partners around the country. So you mentioned gas. We didn't mention natural gas. And back where you live, your friends and family are paying among the highest prices for natural gas to heat their home and for electricity generation, the number one source of power across New England. The cheap gas is in Pennsylvania. The two highest places to buy gas in the country, New York City and Boston. The problem is the blue states will not allow the gas to travel to produce electricity or to reach customers. When President Trump first came back in office, there was some talk, him and Governor Hochul in New York possibly reaching a deal. When will consumers in the Northeast feel relief from President Trump's energy policies? And what can he do about state objections to expansion of infrastructure? Then I have a quick follow-up.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the president has promised all Americans across the country, and in particular in the Northeast, where we do face much higher costs of electricity and of energy, unfortunately, because of the Democrat policies in the area. From the federal government's perspective, the president and the National Energy Dominance Council, Secretaries Wright and Burgum, are doing all we can when it comes to federal permitting. The drill, baby, drill agenda is obviously underway. The president has made a huge push for more fossil fuels in this country. You look at what he did last week with respect to coal. Coal truly keeps the lights on in this country. We learned that in the recent winter storms. However, there's only so much that can be done at the federal level. That's why the president has called on blue state governors to participate in this energy dominance agenda, including governors in New England and the Northeast by...
Yeah, but I mean, let's be real. They're going to hold on to their tree hugger politics. And trust me, I love nature as much as the next guy. But yeah, the problem is they overdo it and they kind of shoot themselves in the foot when it comes to being productive, when it comes to producing energy or really building infrastructure. I mean, look at California.
Contacting Governor Hochul directly to get this Constitution pipeline underway. This is not only going to bring down the cost of energy in the Northeast, it's also going to support job growth and energy affordability and more opportunity for workers in the Northeast. And I just have a quick statistic here on energy that I found fascinating, and it's obviously true because I'm saying it up here. Red states with Republican legislatures currently enjoy lower average retail electricity prices than blue states with Democrat legislatures.
We know.
And that's exactly why the president is calling on all blue state governors across New England.
I know, we know. Blue states literally make things more expensive for their constituents than sit there and say, oh no, the affordability problem is Trump's fault. But then they're steady there raising your taxes, creating unnecessary expenses on you, bro. And then you dare sit there and be like, but Trump's the reason why things aren't affordable, bro. I literally paid 30% less in groceries than somebody in New Jersey, than somebody in New York, California, Virginia, Colorado. If it's a blue state, I'll be real with you. I pay less than them when it comes to groceries, childcare, housing, very important things that for some reason is more expensive in blue states and cities.
And in the Northeast, to get on board, let's bring prices down for all Americans, whether they live in a red or a blue state.
So right down the street from your alma mater, San Antonio College, you talk about building an ICE facility that's causing a lot of political agita in New Hampshire, and for the Republican governor, Kelly Ayotte. Seems to be some miscommunications argued on both sides. Even Republican supporters of Trump who live in the town say, we're not sure we want this. What's your message to the folks in New Hampshire about this proposed ICE facility?
The message is that illegal immigration, while the border is secure, is still a problem across our entire homeland. And the previous administration allowed nearly 20 million illegal aliens from countries all over the world into our country. And the president and secretary.
Hey, and shout out Michelle for joining the membership. Trying to see which one it is. Oh yeah, for joining the starter fan package. Appreciate that. Appreciate it, Michelle. Make sure everybody shout her out. And of course, I gotta shout you out. Make sure to email me, and I'll go ahead and get you that Discord link. So shout out Michelle.
Have done a phenomenal job at deporting. Nearly 3 million illegals have left the country either through deportation or self-deportation over the past year. But obviously, there are a lot more illegal alien criminals left in our homeland. That includes in New England. There are many within our communities in New Hampshire, in Maine, and definitely in Massachusetts and in the Boston suburbs that need to be arrested, detained, and deported back to their home countries. And so the president and Secretary Noem, and I know ICE, are engaged engaged with local governors across the whole country, including in New Hampshire, to open more detention facilities. This is an unfortunate consequence of the previous administration's border invasion that the president has thankfully put a stop to. But of course, we still need to grapple with the illegal alien criminals who are here, and that requires more detention space. Thank you, Michael. Garrett.
On Iran, I'm not asking you for like military secrets here, but can you share?
Know I would be so unwise.
Unless you want to give them. Can you share a little bit about the president's thinking on whether or not to strike Iran, who he's talking to, what information he's consuming, and why a strike might be necessary on a nuclear program he says was obliterated by the last U.S. strike?
Well, there's many.
I mean, that's actually a really good point, because think about it. It's like we're rehashing this whole, oh, it's the nuclear capability, the nuclear capability. What, you mean the nuclear capability that we so-called obliterated last year? Like, yeah, and it doesn't make Trump really look good when we're going over there over nuclear capabilities that we so-called blew up. Remember, we obliterated it, completely decimated, put a damn near hole in a mountain over it. And now we're over there attacking them again when we told the public that we put them 2 years back. All right, so what was all that for then? Oh, wait, now then they want to move the goalposts, and now it's not even about the enriched uranium no more. Now it's about missiles, ballistic missiles that we know Iran's not giving up. And if that's the case, then we will probably be striking Iran soon. I've heard experts say by the weekend, but I hope not.
Reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against against.
Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He's like, all hate and insults for Trump, not a single fact. Dems, grow up and figure out what you're doing. I mean, at least have some facts to back up your crap. Like, shake my head, man. Shout out Chase. You ain't lying, bro.
Ron.
Especially when it comes to the pedo claim, at least have something. Like, come on, have something to back that up.
Arguments that one could make for a strike against against Iran. The president had a very successful operation as commander-in-chief with Operation Midnight Hammer, as you know, as you just said, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people, of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people. And that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
And on the flip side of that, he's got the State of the Union speech next week. If he is going to take military action, does the administration believe it's important to sort of convince the American people, sell the American people? Will we hear something about that in the State of the Union to make the case for why something like that might be necessary to risk American lives?
Look, again, I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical. Good try, Garrett. But I
ain't gonna lie though, because the loss, like, think about it, if we struck Iran, right, and let's say they took down a jet, and American life was lost. Do you understand how much Trump's gonna get over that? They're gonna put that soldier's life in his face the entire time. They're going to put the cost of the jet in his face the entire time, and they're going to condemn him for pretty much going at Iran. And get a lot of people in his base are going to condemn him for going against Iran, for going at Iran. I'm going to condemn him for it because I'm like, bro, we all seen what this was. This not benefit us whatsoever. If anything, this helps Israel out in their region of the world. It don't help us whatsoever. And then you want to talk about the Iranian people. I mean, shit, that argument sure left the door now that the whole protest didn't work. Now y'all okay with just bombing them outright. Now I'm hearing about, oh, well, they're all Arabs, so who gives a damn? Or, well, they're Muslims, so who gives a shit now? Oh, I thought y'all wanted to save them a couple weeks ago. But, all right.
You can't catch me there. I will say, with respect to the State of the Union, you'll be hearing more about what is to come from the president's speech very soon at the appropriate time. It is going to be a very good and powerful speech, so everyone should tune in. Ed.
Caroline, thank you. I got two questions for
Sure.
you. About the Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the administration's decided to appeal a judge's ruling that in essence was trying to put the slavery displays back, arguing that the federal government believed it had the power to disassemble and disassemble historical truths when it has some domain over historical facts. The judge said it does not. The administration said that you were planning to put up updated interpretive materials and provide a fuller account of the history of slavery. at Independence Hall. What more was the administration or is the administration planning to add?
I'm not familiar with this specific instance, Ed, to be honest with you, but I will check in with the appropriate people who are overseeing this, and we'll get you a more firm answer.
One other question. Then yesterday in his statement about Jesse Jackson, the president said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
Wait, what?
You're kidding, right?
Are you serious? Yo, I'm about to say, like, hey, nah, he ain't never say that. I ain't gonna lie, that was probably the dumbest shit I've ever heard of reporter act. Like, what? Like, look, bro, we gotta go back to this, bro. Top tier stupidity or top tier, bro. You just ain't been looking. Like, are you that oblivious to what's been going on? When don't they call the man a racist?
His statement about Jesse Jackson, the president said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right?
No.
I will pull you plethora of examples. I'm going to get my team in that room to start going through the internet of radical Democrats throughout the years, Ed, who have accused this president falsely.
I mean, there's people in the chat right now that accuse the president falsely of being racist. Bro, the president was literally standing next to a black lady that he pretty much got out of prison and gave her a position in the White House, and they still called him racist. Still. And this only happened like, what, 20 minutes ago? So I'm sorry, but yeah, no, they do call him racist with no proof, and they're straight delusional about it. I mean, think about it. Even this guy right here is like, wait, hold on. How is he a racist? Like, even though maybe he's that oblivious, maybe he lives under a rock, but in his mind, he's like, wait, people think Trump's a racist and he was friends with Reverend Jesse Jackson? Wait, hold on. Trump's took a lot of pictures with black people, hung out with a lot of black people back in the day before he even thought about politics. All of a sudden, he's a politician. Now he's a racist? Well, that's stupid. I know, and that's how you guys sound. Pretty dumb.
Of being a racist. And I'm sure there's many people in this room and on network television across the country who have accused him of the same. In fact, I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. And the president very much looks forward to having an event later this afternoon at 3 p.m. to celebrate Black History Month and to talk about how his policies are advancing opportunity and prosperity for all Americans through record tax cuts, through the Trump accounts that all Americans can access regardless of race. These are a great thing for the next generation of Americans. The president has also awarded hundreds of millions of dollars in additional funding to strengthen educational outcomes at historically Black colleges and universities across the country. Again, the president is protecting the hard-earned benefits of the 2.4 million Black veterans who honorably served in our nation's armed forces by reducing the Black backlog of veterans waiting for their VA benefits and for their home loans through the Department of Veterans Affairs. So there is a lot this president has done for all Americans, regardless of race, and he has absolutely been falsely called and smeared as a racist, and I'm happy to provide you those receipts, and we gladly will right after this briefing. Jennifer, go ahead.
You mentioned the $5 billion in pledges for the Board of Peace. Will we be able to get a breakdown of which countries are providing each of those pledges?
Yes.
And which countries are providing troops?
Sure. We're happy to provide that breakdown. And I'm also happy to provide the list of countries that will be attending tomorrow. I know it's more than 20 countries. I know there's a lot of interest in that. I'll spare myself reading you the list of 20 countries from the podium, but we will provide it. And the president will be opening the meeting tomorrow with remarks, and will sort of formally be chairing the meeting at the beginning before he departs for Georgia tomorrow.
The sewage spill, the sewage pipe that broke on Potomac, can you give us an update on the federal government's response? And officials have told CBS that some of that aging infrastructure is a concern, that this particular pipe wasn't even of the most urgent concern. Do you know if the government is looking into which other pipes could be at risk of collapsing?
Well, the next step in this process is for any of the three local jurisdictions involved, whether that's the Commonwealth of Virginia, the state of Maryland and Governor Moore, or the District of Columbia, to step forward and to ask the federal government for help and to ask for the Stafford Act to be implemented here so that the federal government can go and take control of this local infrastructure that has been abandoned and neglected by Governor Moore in Maryland for far too long. In fact, it's no secret that Maryland's water and infrastructure have been in dire need of repair. Their infrastructure has received a nearly failing grade in the 2025 report card from the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is the same grade they've received 5 years earlier. There has been no improvement under the leadership of Governor Moore. He's clearly shown he's incapable of fixing this problem, which is why President Trump and the federal government are standing by to step in. And for all of the environmentalists in the room and across the District of Columbia, let's all hope and pray that this governor does the right thing and ask President Trump to get involved, because it will be an ecological and environmental disaster if the federal government does not step in to help. But of course, we need the state and local jurisdictions to make that formal request.
It's kind of funny. As a Dem, you would think he'd be quick to hop on any type of environmental issue, because I mean, shoot, that's Dems love hopping on environmental issues and grandstanding on it. So the fact that he's not doing that is absolutely crazy to me. It's like, wow. I mean, bro, that's kind of y'all thing, environmental issues. And then you get mad at Republicans when they want to, kind of cut back on the, restrictions.
It's part of the legal process.
Restriction and regulations, of course.
To move forward. Peter.
So you said that any of the three Democrats just need to ask. A few minutes ago, Maryland's Governor Wes Moore asked. He said, if the president wants me to ask nicely, our response is this: please, Mr. President, do your job.
To which I say, I'll ask the president and we will provide you with the next steps. But in all seriousness, the federal government has been preparing plans. The White House has been in contact with FEMA, with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, we've been standing by. This is a problem we want to fix, not just for the federal government, but for everyone who lives in the District of Columbia, including all of you. So you're welcome.
To your point about that, there are a lot of events coming up for America 250. The president wants people from all over to come to the nation's capital. Is he worried that by the summer, the Potomac River will still smell like poop?
Damn.
He is worried about that, which is why the federal government wants to fix it. And we hope that the local authorities will cooperate with us in doing so. Steve.
What will be 5?
Oh, and shout out to Tosha. Can you slow down the chat speed? I tried, sis. I tried. It does not give me the option.
$1 billion be used for in border peace, and will that be sort of a down payment for much more money?
You'll be hearing more about that tomorrow at the meeting. If you recall, at the first meeting when we were in Davos, Jared Kushner did provide a very detailed PowerPoint presentation for the vision of Gaza, the reconstruction and the humanitarian efforts, of course, providing local security on the ground. That will be part of the discussion tomorrow, is how can we maintain security? First, you must achieve security to get to prosperity, which is sort of the second part of this plan. So you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow. But I would just point out, $5 billion worth of investment. We're talking about reconstructing Gaza. I remember when those words came from the president's lips in the East Room many months.
Hey guys, I love comments like this guy right here. I'm being good, dude. Bro, you're kind of retarded, but it is fun to poke fun at the unfortunately retarded. So look, bro, that's like the biggest cope for when we tell you guys that, because you guys pay all these taxes, unnecessary taxes, by the way. This is kind of what raised your prices around you, because you guys are so hooked up on the green initiative and all this crazy stuff. This is why your light bills are so high. Like, you ever notice that? No, not really. Oh, I get it. It's cope. Here's your cope. Well, because we get to pay all these high taxes, not only do we get to bitch about affordability, but we also get to tell Republicans how we're paying for them because we're paying high taxes. Like, bro, how retarded do you sound? Are you literally bragging about being taxed into unaffordability? And please, if you're please, because that's what y'all complain about all day. So don't sit there and pivot now, talk about how you can afford things, because you guys are the ones complaining about it, while Republicans are actually, able to afford their electric bill. Even if it's barely, it's really the blue states are the ones who are complaining about affordability. But then the cope you guys use is that, because we're paying higher for stuff, that means we're paying for you guys. No, it doesn't, dumbass. It means that you're too much of a bitch to stand up to your own politicians.
Ago, and all of you in the press were bewildered at how the president could have such an ambitious goal of rebuilding Gaza, which is obviously a place that has been just turmoiled by violence and chaos for many, many years. But we are well under.
And that's not all you Dems. Just him, though. Just him. Because let me be real with you. I mean, you could really sit there, watch Abigail Spanberger tote affordability in front of you, watch her make things, more unaffordable, And y'all said that you want to come to us about affordability? You want to say that the Republicans don't know about affordability when we have more affordable states than you guys? Like, we can run the numbers right now. I guarantee you, pick your favorite blue state. 9 times out of 10, bro, red states are paying less, especially if you're in New Jersey, California, New York, Delaware, Connecticut. You're screwed. You're paying more, 30% more across the board.
Way in doing that, and it's a historic accomplishment for this president.
Secondly, is the president seeing enough progress in the Iran talks to let negotiations go a little further? I mean, where do things stand after yesterday's talks?
I think you heard from the administration and the State Department yesterday that there was a little bit of progress made, but we're still very far apart on some issues. I believe the Iranians are expected to come back to us with some more detail in the next couple of weeks, and so the president will continue to watch how this plays out. Sure.
Follow up on that. Thank you, Caroline. On these Iran talks, I mean, how much time is the president willing to give it before he is seriously maybe considering military action? Is he willing to give it that full 2 weeks? And has he given the Iranian officials a deadline on when he wants to see a deal?
It's a fair question, Rachel, but I'm not going to set deadlines on behalf of the president of the United States.
And then just one more on the shutdown. We're now in this partial shutdown over DHS funding. Has the president personally spoken to the Democratic leaders in Congress? Can we expect to see them at the White House to try to make a deal on this?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, it's really hard to make a deal with people who are using the American people as leverage. They're pretty much using the people who work under DHS as leverage against the president, because really think about it. They can't defund ICE. They can't go after ICE funding whatsoever. So they got to go after the entire Department of Homeland Security, which is pathetic, by the way. And you're making those people suffer for what a department they have. Well, they don't even help them. Completely separate from them in their operations, of course. Maybe under the same department, but separate from in operation. And you guys are punishing them? You're making those people go without pay? That's crazy. And it's pathetic as hell. Like I said, they have no leverage. Well, actually, they do. It's you.
Had any direct conversation or correspondence with Democrat lawmakers recently. It doesn't mean he's not willing to. I'm just not aware of any conversations that have taken place. I do know the White House and the president's representatives have been in direct conversations with both Democrats and Republicans. But of course, Democrats are the reason that the Department of Homeland Security is currently shut down. They have chosen to act against the American people for political reasons. And now we have FEMA workers, the men and women of the United States Coast Guard, men and women of TSA who keep our airports moving, who will be working without paychecks for no good reason other than the Democrats wanting to pick a fight with Donald Trump. And the president thinks that is irresponsible and despicable. He wants the government to be open. We've been engaged in good faith negotiations with the Democrats. Last night, they sent over a counter proposal that frankly was very unserious, and we hope they get serious very soon because Americans are going to be impacted by this.
Yep.
Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
No, it's going to be crazy because watch the Dems walk in front of you guys. I'm talking to the Dems in the chat. Watch the Dems walk in front of you guys and blame it on the Republicans when they're the ones voting no to fund DHS. Just like they walked in front of you guys, and for some reason you thought this was, real shit. This kind of made me doubt the intelligence of your base, but there are actually Democrats who give me faith in you guys still. But when they sat there in front of you and continuously voted no to open up the government, the Dems were voting no for food stamps. The Dems are voting no for government and military pay. But you guys blame the Republicans who were voting yes? I'm sorry, but how dumb is that? Like, really? Like, how brainwashed are you for them to trick you like that? For them to do that in your face, tell you no, you can't get it, but then somehow you blame the Republicans who are trying to get you it. Retarded.
President Trump has talked about a forthcoming executive order on voter ID. Is there more details you can provide for that? And can you talk about any steps that you're taking to overcome court challenges that you kind of faced in this area before on voting?
Well, as the president said in that Truth Social post, he's discussing and exploring legal options for a potential executive order with respect to voter ID. But this is something he's made very clear he wants Congress to get done.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Save America Act is a common sense piece of legislation that has now passed the House of Representatives to ensure that voter ID is a requirement in the United States of America. This is a common sense policy that nearly 90% of the country agrees with. with. You need an ID to go and purchase alcohol. You need an ID to go to the library and check out a book. And so the president thinks you should have an ID to vote in our nation's elections. And I know the vast majority of Americans agree with him on that. And he wants Congress to move quickly to get it done.
Thank you so much. Something?
Sure.
On Cuba, it's increasingly being described as a humanitarian crisis. What is a successful outcome for the U.S. that the U.S. wants to see in Cuba? Is there anything less than regime change that would be considered success?
I think, as Secretary Rubio has articulated and the president himself, we obviously want to see flourishing and prosperous democracies all over the world, especially in our own hemisphere. I'm not dictating any actions the United States may take to.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie. Trump gonna have to pick. Dog, you can't focus on Iran and then focus about hemispherical dominance at the same time. It's not gonna work. Too expensive, too much expanding of our resources, and it's not a good look. Like, bro, if you want to dominate the Western Hemisphere for resources and for economic play, please, I'm all for it. Go ahead. That can only benefit us. But getting into war with Iran, I'm be honest with you, that doesn't benefit us, and it's only going to cost us lives, money, weapons, and I mean, what are we going to get out of it? What are we going to get? Even we got the regime change. I mean, who does that benefit? Not us. I'll tell you who would do benefit, though. It benefited Israel, but not us so much. You know what? I'm getting kind of tired of all these guys around the world who are going like, oh, free Iran, free Iran, free Iran. Look, bro, if your country's not going to go in there with us, shut the fuck up, please. Shut up. Stop trying to get us, stop trying to push us into war with Iran when your country won't do it. Or know what you could do? You can volunteer for the American army. And then if we go to war with Iran, you better bring your ass with us. If not, shut the fuck up. Like, your family members won't be dying, bro. Ours will.
Get there. But of course, that's in the United States' best interest to have Cuba be a truly free and prosperous democracy. Unfortunately, right now, that is not the case. They are a regime that is falling. Their country is collapsing. And that's why we believe it's in their best interest to make very dramatic changes very soon. And we'll see what they decide to do. Sure.
Much. Following up on Gaza, this $5 billion, who exactly will be in charge of managing this money? Would that be the president himself making the final decisions on
Oh, shout out TB for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, sis. Welcome back. She says, how do you keep trying to help people who keep fighting you about it? It's like trying to give starving people food, and it's not up to their standards. Like, I can't eat cheese sandwich. I'm vegan. It's like, yeah, that is true. Dealing with some of the Dems do be like that, but some of them are actually willing to listen. And I know there's a Dem out there was like, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I don't like him on the Trump thing, but he's cooking about the shutdown. He's definitely cooking. It don't make no sense why the Dems are shutting it down. They don't understand it. They can have no substantial argument for it. So look, they're either gonna, one, sit there with their hands up, be like, no, let me think about that, or two, sit there and just try to call me whatever names come to their head.
how these funds are spent?
It will be the Board of Peace, which the president is, of course, the chairman of, but all of the member parties, I believe, will have votes on the funding. And then, of course, there is that technocratic layer underneath the official Board of Peace with the member countries that will be making decisions as well. So if you just go back and look at the first event that we had where we sort of unveiled the structure of the Board of Peace, that structure remains in place, and they'll be overseeing the funds that will be announced tomorrow for their reconstruction and humanitarian efforts. Sure.
Another question on that board.
Oh, Dems, if you want to know how me saying that is trying to help you guys, because you start holding your party more accountable and you wouldn't let them, bullshit you. Like, I'll be real with you guys. Like, y'all let y'all politicians bullshit you with this whole TDS stuff, and they don't never produce anything for you. Like I said, Zoran Mondani, Abigail Spanberger ran on TDS, poking at affordability and not give you guys anything. Like, when are you going to understand that, bro? Like, you just can't keep voting these guys just because of how much they hate Trump. Like, what are their actual policies besides them hating Trump? Most of y'all don't know. Trust me, if you knew, you wouldn't have voted for Abigail Spanberger. If you knew, you wouldn't have voted for Mondani. But it's F Trump, and that's all you need to hear. And some of y'all need to wake up to the fact that that's really how you think.
Peace announcement. You mentioned there will be the announcement of who comprises that international stability force. How soon will that force be deployed? And have all of the regional partners, all of the regional countries signed off on the makeup of that force?
I don't have a timeline for you today, but again, I'm sure you'll hear more about this tomorrow. So you'll join us at the event. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions. First, the president has talked a lot about housing affordability, and several countries that are facing housing shortages, including Canada, for example, have imposed a ban on non-citizens, like foreigners, from buying their houses. Do you know if that's a strategy that the president would be willing to deploy?
Well, first of all, the president is obviously committed to deporting illegal aliens from our country and those who are not lawfully present in the United States, which he has done at a record pace, which has led to the falling of rents, as I pointed out in my opening remarks. Secondly, the president has recently announced that he is fighting for a ban on institutional investors and Wall Street billionaire corporations from buying up single-family homes that should be lived in his opinion, by American families. We know this is going to have a remarkable impact on the housing market and on prices and supply and demand for the American consumer and the American family. And then thirdly, the president is also expediting permitting as fast as we possibly can to build more homes, to increase supply, to obviously bring down the cost of home ownership and purchasing homes for the American people. And then also, as I mentioned as well, we do see mortgage rates falling. So all of this is combining to make housing more affordable in this country. There's still a lot more to do. The president is still digging his way out of the mess that was created by Joe Biden's administration and jacking up mortgage rates and jacking up housing costs. But we do see very positive trends in this direction. And the president wants the United States to be a nation of owners, not renters. He wants families to live in homes, not institutions and big corporations. Michael.
Caroline, secondly, on Ukraine, yesterday, Zelensky said...
Man, big corporations, bro, they buy these houses so they can honestly make money on the appreciation of the house. And then, of course, to use it as leverage for when borrowing.
Interview that he says that it's not fair that the president is saying that Ukraine has to make concessions. He's saying this publicly and not Russia. Has the president seen these comments? And when the president says that Ukraine has to make concessions, is he referring to giving up Donbass?
I think the president would respond to that by saying he does not think it's fair that thousands of Ukrainians are losing their lives, and Russians too, in this deadly war. And that's why the president and his team have committed a tremendous amount of time and energy in bringing this war that is very far away from the United States of America, but nevertheless, this is a president of peace. And so he's committed a tremendous amount of time and energy to bringing this war to an end. Just yesterday, there was another round of trilateral talks between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine. There was meaningful progress made in both parties. Both sides agreed to update their respective leaders and to continue to work towards a peace deal together. So there will be another round of talks in the future. But I think the president views this entire situation as very unfair, not just for Russians and Ukrainians who have lost their lives, but also for the American people and the American taxpayer who were footing the bill for this war effort before President Trump put a stop to it. And I would just remind everyone around the world that the United States is still selling weapons to NATO that are then being sent to Ukraine in their
I know we're taking a less direct position when it comes to Ukraine. Instead of just giving these guys weapons for just to lose a war. No, let's make some money off this. Let's have NATO buy the weapons since they want to beat Russia so bad and help Ukraine do it. Great. We see it as a hopeless endeavor, but why not make some money off it? I know it sounds effed up, but this is what we're doing. So we'll allow NATO to buy it. They're going to go ahead and send it to Ukraine. And, Ukraine gets to keep on fighting on with weapons by us, but they got to be purchased from NATO to Ukraine. And here's the problem with that. A lot of people think that, we're not supporting Ukrainians and this, that, and the third. And I'm just like, the problem is we were, and it didn't help them out. They're losing lives. They've lost land. And here's the thing. I mean, Russia's losing lives as well, but they ain't lose no land. That's the fact. Both sides are losing lives, but only one side is losing land, and that's the Ukrainians.
Defense of their freedom in their borders. Michael.
Russia is reportedly joining Iran for joint naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman this week. Has the president issued any kind of warning to Russia or even China not to involve itself if the U.S. decides to strike Iran?
Not to my knowledge, no, or not that I would dictate from this podium. I wouldn't reveal the president's private conversations with world leaders. With respect to that, again, when it comes to Iran, the president has a decision to make, and he will do that. And I'm not going to broadcast what that decision may be ahead of him.
President Barack Obama, Caroline, was recently asked if aliens are real. He says they're real, but he hasn't seen them. The president's daughter-in-law Lara Trump told Miranda Devine of the New York Post that the president has a prepared speech on this issue that he prepares to deliver at the right time. Is that true? And does the Trump administration believe aliens are real?
Well, a speech on aliens would be news to me. That sounds very exciting, though. I'll have to check in with our speech writing team. And that would be of great interest to me personally, and I'm sure all of you in this room, and apparently former President Obama, too. So we'll keep you posted on that. Tyler.
Lord knows I'd be.
The White House has touted an unprecedented amount of cooperation with counties in Minneapolis.
I mean, let's be real though. Do we really need the president to come out there and tell us that aliens exist? Like when people were talking about, oh, Obama just admitted that aliens exist. I was like, bro, we've had more people, more official than Obama, more credentials on it, who actually was next to this stuff, who came out in front of Congress and told us about non-human biologics, about how we've collected alien spacecrafts and bodies. So when Obama said that, I was like, well, no shit, of course. I'm surprised you guys are surprised.
After the negotiations with Tom Homan, are those written or verbal deals with the sheriff? How many have agreed to cooperate on immigration enforcement who previously refused to do so?
Yeah, the last time I spoke with Mr. Homan, which was just a few days ago, he assured us that nearly every single county in the state of Minnesota has agreed to notify ICE when they are releasing criminal illegal aliens from their jails. This is an unprecedented level of cooperation that we have not seen. It has led to not only cooperation to detain illegal aliens in Minnesota, which just this past week, I have looked at the list. They've detained some very heinous people who none of you would want living in your communities, but has also led to a much more calm situation on the ground. We've also seen—
I don't know about that. Maybe they do. I mean, shoot, look at people in Minneapolis. They're out there literally protesting, or not even protesting anymore. They're literally obstructing and trying to stop ICE from doing their job. I don't know. Maybe they do want to live next to these, rapists, pedophiles, child molesters. I don't know. Maybe they truly feel at home with them, because they're stopping ICE from getting them. So shoot, I don't know. Maybe we might have it wrong. We could be wrong, guys. We could be wrong. Man, hey, look what y'all doing out there. Y'all attacking ICE for cleaning up y'all streets so people who committed heinous crimes and entered the country illegally. So I don't know. Maybe y'all do like them. I would like to think you don't, but your actions say otherwise. All right, and shout out to TB. Appreciate the support, coming in with a baller alert again. Shout out, sis. She says, I had to take a break from politics for a few days. I'm curious, though. I'm curious, too. Not Dems or Republicans, but friends. What is going well? What isn't? We have what we have. What would you actually do if we were dealing with all of this shit? Well, what were you? Well, were you asking me? What will you actually do if you were dealing with all of this as president? If I was dealing with everything Trump was dealing with as president, man, look, I'd probably get assassinated like my first year as president. Like, I get so much done, but they're going to kill me. Because there's just of course, foreign aid getting cut off. A whole bunch of people are getting deported. I may be nice to some of I may be nice. I have a heart. I may be nice to some of the immigrants, but most of them will be deported. Only special cases will be accepted. Oh, yeah. And and we're also going to fix up some of this crony capitalism. So, yeah, we're going to stop these guys from buying houses. We're also going to stop the manipulation of the stock market by, locking up a lot of guys in the Epstein files. Because it's kind of crazy. The reason why they say the stock market is going to crash is because there are hedge fund managers up there in the Epstein files, that could pretty much, pull out of a company, start pulling out of AI, pulling out of your favorite companies and crashing the market. And they won't be affected because they can just move their monies to somewhere else, to a different currency, to a different market. And it's all good. So they do kind of got us by the balls, and we got to do something about that. So that's one of the things I would do. Not really sure on the exact plan, but it can be done.
And you've seen this with your own eyes play out, the local police and the state police.
Oh, and of course, I ain't gonna lie. I'm doing a deal with Russia and Iran. All right, bro. I know y'all gonna be mad at me with that, but hey, I'm all about doing business instead of, going to war.
have now cooperated in the arrests of left-wing agitators and criminals who are unlawfully obstructing immigration enforcement in their efforts. So this is a huge win. And again, the president sent Mr. Homan to Minnesota to do a job, and he has done it well. And I think the situation on the ground proves that.
Are those like written agreements that they've been signed by various officials in the state?
These are agreements that have been made by state and local officials in the federal government, and we are seeing that cooperation play out every single day. These counties are notifying ICE when they are releasing criminal illegals from their jail, and we do know that they are arresting left-wing agitators who are unlawfully impeding law enforcement. There's video to show that. Show it yourself. You can view it with your own eyes. John.
Thank you, Caroline. You mentioned two things: DHS closed and the SAVE Act IDs. Both of these could get solved in 15 minutes if Senate Leader John Thune simply got rid of this phony 60-vote cloture rule and got 51 votes, and that would be the end of it, because everyone in this room knows if the Democrats take over, they'll get rid of that rule in 90 minutes. They already tried it one time, and the two Democratic senators that stopped it are no longer there, Manchin and Sinema. President Trump is backing a lot of these senators for re-election, and yet they will not get rid of the 60-vote cloture rule, which is holding everything up. What is the president's position on John Thune in the Senate finally getting rid of this so this legislation can get moved?
Well, the president has a good relationship with Senate Majority Leader John Thune. They keep in very close contact, and they work together all of the time. I hear your passion in your voice, and I know it's shared by many Americans across the country, including the president himself. He wants to see the SAVE Act voted, and he's expressed that both publicly to all of you, the American people, but also privately in his conversations with Senate Majority Leader Thune and many other members of Congress.
All right, I guess I gotta explain this to some of you guys. Well, not really the cap hunter, but I forgot this other guy. What's it? Oh yeah, Mr. Jonesy. Yeah, bro. Let me educate you real quick. So it's not really politically. I'll be real with you. It's not really the best thing to do politically to try to go out there and shrink the value of people's houses, depreciate people's houses. And what Trump's plan was to build single family houses, to start making housing more affordable for your average everyday American or the younger generation of Americans by starting up these single family houses without destroying the value of houses that's already bought, like these big houses that, the boomers got, and they have their appreciation. Like, would it be fair just to take away all their hard work and all the hard work and appreciation that they've earned over the years? Like, that's kind of fucked up. And trust me, you'd be actually taking a lot of money from them because a lot of their net worth is in their house. So you got to find a way to balance that out. So when Trump says, I want to raise house prices, he's basically saying, I want to make sure people's investments are still secure in their houses. But I still want to create more single family houses for the younger generation to get into these starter houses so they can work themselves up to the houses that, the older generation got, like the boomers. I thought that was obvious, but hey, I can see why you needed to explain. I can see. I don't know. Maybe it was just obvious to me, but I can see why you needed that explained.
As well. Yes, Rav, go ahead. Good to see you.
So J.B. Pritzker just recently signed the bill. The law went into effect in January, and it's supposedly going to allocate about $2.5 billion to illegals to go to college and financial aid in the state of Illinois. What is the White House's reaction to this? Illinois is already, by 2027, they're supposed to have a $3 billion deficit. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. I would say the president certainly thinks that Governor Pritzker is not doing a very good job of managing his state, as evidenced by not only the waste, fraud, and abuse, but also the crime in the city of Chicago that unfortunately Governor Pritzker has refused to pick up the phone and call the White House and ask for help on, which is something his residents want him to do, but he refuses to do for political reasons. As for the specific money, we'll take a look and get you an answer. You're welcome. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions. One is about the president's trip to Georgia tomorrow. If you can provide some additional information about that, why Northwest Georgia was chosen for this particular trip, for instance.
Sure. Well, Georgia is obviously a very important state to the president and to the Republican Party. And the president.
Hey, shout out to Tove. And she says, going to crash for a couple hours. All right, have a good nap, Tove. We'll be back in after if you're still live. Also, did you just low-key finally admit you're paid by Russia? You know how much the libs in the chat like to say you're doing that. Yeah, I know. I do like to play into the whole Russian propaganda angle. It's like, oh, yes, I'm a Russian propagandist because I'm telling you what's actually going on the battlefield of Ukraine. My bad, guys. Sorry, the Kremlin don't gotta pay me a dime cent to tell you the truth. But hey, if that's how you feel, it is what it is. Yeah, you'll figure out the truth sooner or later. I mean, you should have figured it out the way these talks are going. But if you ain't figured it out by then, just wait a little longer.
President loves the people of Georgia. He'll be touring, like I said, a steel facility, and then he'll also be stopping by another local business, and he will be giving remarks on affordability, on the economy, on all of the great economic news that I just shared with you earlier. He'll be meeting and greeting with everyday Americans, and that's what the president loves to do, to get out across the country, and he's spoken about his intention to go across the country a lot more, and obviously tomorrow's trip is evidence of that.
Secondly, last week, as you know, big event that took place in the Roosevelt Room, the president announcing that the EPA has repealed these federal limits on emissions for cars, trucks, and power plants. And in the president's presentation, he mentioned that American families will save $2,500 for a new car or truck. Where is the promise coming from automakers that they're going to pass along their savings to those families all across the country?
It's a great question, John. That was an economic analysis that was provided to the president, and I'd be happy to provide that to you so you can take a look yourself. But I'm glad you brought up the president's announcement last week, because this is one of the largest deregulatory actions ever taken in the United States of America. And overall, it's going to save our country $1.3 trillion in regulatory burdens that have really done nothing for our country, nothing for our environment, nothing for our economy. In fact, this announcement received widespread and bipartisan praise. I think I recall seeing the editorial board of the Washington Post, of all places, even commending the president and Administrator Zeldin for this historic action last week. So there's no doubt it is going to save the American consumer money, and I'd be happy to provide that specific economic analysis to you. Sure, in the middle, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Governor Moore in Maryland signed a bill that is ending the law enforcement cooperation with ICE. And by doing that, a lot of local sheriffs are not happy. And in fact, they met today in Annapolis to come up with either legal action. What is the message to the White House, to those sheriffs, and to the residents of Maryland?
Well, first of all, it's another despicable action by Governor Wes Moore. Why would you prevent your state and local law enforcement from cooperating with federal law enforcement? If you just ask them, to your point, if you ask a sheriff across the country if they want to have that level of cooperation and coordination with the federal government, of course they do. It makes their jobs easier. It keeps them out of hostile.
I mean, I don't know about that, because apparently it seems like the Dems' plan is to not work with the government, to not work with the federal government, and then blame the outcome, well, on the federal government. That's what they did with ICE. They didn't want to work with ICE in Minneapolis, didn't want to provide no type of crowd control, no local police, no National Guard, but then they blame ICE for everything that happens. I mean, bro, same thing with Wes Moore. I mean, he could be working with the administration, but he won't. And if things tend to get worse, he's going to sit there and blame the administration, but he's the one not working with them. I mean, I don't really know. Like I said, it's like the Dems could literally do anything, shoot themselves in the foot. They'll shoot themselves in the foot in front of you, and you'll say that Trump did it to them.
And dangerous environments. It allows them to detain illegal alien criminals who have committed heinous crimes in our country with the most safe circumstances possible. So the president, of course, continues to always stand on the side of law enforcement, and this is another just horrible and frankly political action taken by Governor Wes Moore. And unfortunately, the people of his state are going to reap the consequences of it. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump.
Hey, man, don't matter, bro. You know what Wes Moore's going to do? Just blame Trump. Just blame Trump, bro. That's all you got to do as a Dem. You could F up as much as you want, bro. You could F up on affordability, the environment. I mean, anything. As long as you could just blame Trump. That's all you got to do as a Dem. And they'll vote for you again.
Said on Truth Social that it would be a big mistake for the UK to hand over control of Chagos Islands to Mauritius. But the State Department earlier this week has said the U.S. does support that handover. So Does this post now suggest that the U.S. does not, or that President Trump had changed his mind on this?
The post should be taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. That's the beauty of this president and his transparency and relaying this administration's policies to all of you and to the rest.
I would ask her this. I'm like, so was that video that Trump posted on X about, the little King of the Jungle song that portrayed the Obamas as apes? So yeah, was that him or was that a staffer? Because I ain't gonna lie though, if that was him, he need to apologize. If it was a staffer, somebody need to get fired.
Of the world. Carrie, go ahead.
There's been a series of walkouts from public school students that have been sort of provoked by a number of public school administrators.
Oh, and shout out TB. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, now that you all know what you do as president, start writing some letters, Dems, Republicans, whatever. Work for the good of our country. That's my budget for the month set, but I'll be around. Hey, man, I appreciate it. TB. Hey, I'll be a fair president. Look, even the libs will like me as president. Now, the Warhawks won't like me. The radical leftists won't like me. But everybody in the middle, they're going to love me.
What are your thoughts on this? What's the administration's thoughts on this? Will they be taking any actions on these walkouts against ICE?
Look, I think obviously the president and the administration support the First Amendment rights of all American citizens. And if they're peacefully protesting, then that's their constitutional obligation and right and responsibility to do so. Of course, the administration also wants to see American school children in school learning and educating. And I think it does speak to the left-wing bias that is unfortunately very present in our nation's public school system. And it's something that Secretary McMahon has been working very hard to root out of our public school system by ensuring that local governance and local control takes place over our nation's public schools, and that parents and educators closest to students have a greater say over curriculum and academia in our country. Take a couple more. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna lie. And if they restructured teachers' pay, I mean, one, we need to pay teachers more and based on performance. Like a teacher who always has a class full of, A, B students, or they could take a C student to an A student. I mean, teachers like that just need to go ahead and get paid six figures, bro. We need you. We need y'all. And there's teachers out there, who just get paid like the rest of them. That's unacceptable. Like the teacher needed to be a performance-based job. If your kids are failing, now, I mean, you should either get fired or you getting paid that base like $40,000 a year. But if your kids are excelling, man, you should be getting paid six figures plus. I mean, honestly, I think it does start with our teachers and of course funding as well. But funding won't mean nothing if the teachers ain't into it.
Thank you, Caroline. The Vatican announced earlier today that they would not be joining the Board of Peace initiatives over concerns that it could potentially compete with the United Nations over handling crisis conflicts. What's the White House's response to that?
Yeah, look, we saw that. I think it's deeply unfortunate. I don't think that peace should be partisan or political or controversial. And of course, the administration wants all those who were invited to join the Board of Peace to join. Because again, the Board of Peace is overseeing the reconstruction of a territory that has been plagued with violence, with bloodshed.
Yeah, that we allowed and we send weapons to it. That's kind of the reason why, nobody really want to get involved with Iran because of Israel. I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons why a lot, even people on the left kind of look at us sideways and all that good stuff. Cause it's like, you guys preach all about saving children and having children, but you guys kind of sat there in silence as innocent children got bombed recklessly in Gaza. I mean, gonna lie, that's fair criticism. Like personally, I care. But I ain't gonna lie, not everybody in MAGA honestly gave a damn what happened in Gaza, and they're actually cheering more about the fact that, oh, well, guys, it's being rebuilt. Yeah, after it got leveled, they leveled it. They probably killed over 100,000 people. I don't think there's anything to brag about. Actually, this whole Board of Peace thing, as soon as they let Bibi on it, it was a sham. I'll be real with you, the whole Board of Peace, as soon as they let that man Bibi on there, Bibi Netanyahu, I was done with it. I was like, yep, just go and throw the whole thing away. Throw it away, bro. Just throw the whole Board of Peace away. As soon as you let that man on there, it was just tarnished.
poverty for far
My
too
personal
long.
opinion
And
on
this
this.
president has a very bold and ambitious plan and vision to rebuild and reconstruct Gaza, which is well underway because of the Board of Peace. This is a legitimate organization where there are tens of member.
Yeah, but I'm be real with you. You got the guy on the border. Look, Bibi Netanyahu is actually stealing land right as we speak in the West Bank that we told these guys not to go into, not to stop taking land in. Trump said on national television that Israel will not take the West Bank. And what did they just did? They signed a law to de facto annex the West Bank. I mean, what are we even talking about here, man? When it comes to Israel, bro, shit don't make no sense.
Countries from around the world, and we think that's an unfortunate decision. In the back, sure. I'll go to both of you, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, and then Jake, you can go.
Caroline, can you tell me, is there an update regarding the tariff rebate checks that the White House has promised?
I don't have an update for you on timeline, but I know that it's something that the president and his economic team continue to very seriously discuss.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got two questions. First, does the president see some sort of religious or prophetic component to the unfolding developments in the Middle East?
I haven't spoken to him about that particular perspective, to be honest with you. But of course, the president wants peace for all people of all faiths all around the world. And that's part of his push.
Me too. I want peace for the people in Iran. I want peace for the people in Russia, Ukraine. Bro, I don't know. Maybe it's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's somewhat of my Christian teachings. Like, I low-key want peace for my friends and enemies. I don't want nobody to be out here dying in high numbers. And getting into it with Iran, and here's a problem. I mean, the push to get into it with Iran is amazing at this point. Like, let me tell you guys something that I've noticed. You ever notice how all these so-called Iranians, right, that came out, they are Iranians, but they just come out the woodwork out of nowhere, supporting the king, supporting the monarchy, by the way, supporting a whole monarchy to get rid of a dictatorship, which is hilarious, by the way, because I'm like, they're kind of the same thing, but F it. But yeah, it's kind of funny how they're all coming out here pushing for us to go to war with Iran. I mean, they're even picking up the Muslim hate. They're out here calling themselves, oh, well, Iranians aren't like these dirty Arabs. It's the Arabs. We're Persians. And I'm just like, what? Oh, well, we shouldn't even trust Iran. We should just bomb them and just take out the regime. Okay, great. You do it in your country, not us. Because, like it or not, Iran's actually a formidable opponent. We could beat them, but it ain't going to be without no losses. That's the problem. People treat Iran like it's Venezuela, like lives won't be lost. We will take a win, but lives will be lost. Money will be spent, and it will be no benefit. I mean, unless they're about to give all of their oil to us, like in Venezuela, there will be no benefit. And I'm going to be honest with you right now. This whole push to get the regime out, look, I want the regime gone too. But if that means we got to get involved with Iran, F it. Let them have their own revolution, okay? We don't need to get involved with that. Let them do what they want. If they want to get rid of that regime, they will. And much of you guys say, well, 90% of them doesn't want it set. Nigga, how do you know? Why are they still there if it's 90%? Bro, if it's 90%, damn near the police is against the government. So that's obviously not true. It's probably like 55, 45%. So let's be real here. Everything you guys are hearing out of Iran, all this hopes of regime change, I'll be real with you, it's just to push us towards war. And the worst part about it is other countries are trying to push us into war with Iran. And they're not the ones going into war if this pops off. Guarantee you. People standing protests in the UK will be sitting on the sidelines as we're fighting. Australia will be sitting on the sidelines as we're fighting. I mean, are you effing serious? So people who don't even live in our country or who won't be going out there and fighting ourselves are pushing for our soldiers to go out there and die in the desert or in the sky or at sea. Like, it just don't make sense to me. I'm sorry, guys. It just don't. It really don't. And you don't want what's best for our country. You just hate Muslims and you just hate Arabs. Like, that's just what it breaks down for some of you. And that's the scary part. You wanting us to go to war with Iran breaks down to two things: your hatred of Muslims and Arabs. And bro, what the fuck? That is not a good reason to go to war.
Create peace in the Middle East, which he has done successfully.
And my second question is, as his popularity rises around the world, and especially in regions where he's invested so much effort in promoting peace and ending wars, do you think we might be watching the emergence of a global MAGA movement Is this something that the president has discussed at all?
Well, I don't know, Jake, but I sure hope so. Take a couple more. Go ahead.
She funny.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you about Iran. As the U.S. military builds up around Iran, is President Trump coordinating war plans with Israel so that if he does decide to strike, that Israel will be a part of those strikes?
Look, I don't have any specifics on the president's recent conversations with Israel. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu was just here at the White House.
Well, let me tell you about Prime Minister Netanyahu. Prime Minister Netanyahu is, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. This man actually wants war with Iran. We know this. He's been asking it for decades, and it looks like it might actually give him what he wants. But the main problem with Bibi is that, well, during that 12-day war, he kind of found out that Iran ain't nothing to fuck with. Yeah, Iran is not nothing to fuck with, because when they was firing those rockets at Israel, Israel's defense was barely catching them. When they send them hypersonic missiles, Israel couldn't do anything about it. So Israel knows them damn selves. If that they pop off things with Iran and America doesn't follow them up, Iran will decimate Israel. And that's the fact of the matter right there. And Israel knows it. And I'm gonna be real with you. The main reason why Israel hasn't taken over all the Middle East is because of Iran. Is because Iran backs these proxies. Not saying that's a good thing, by the way. It's not. But this is the main reason why Israel wants Iran gone, is because they want to dominate that area. I mean, think about it. As soon as Iran got weakened, they started attacking Lebanon. They started attacking Syria. They started attacking, all over Yemen. Why? Because Iran's weakened. And with their weakened Iran, they feel like they can press their will upon the Middle East. But not completely, though, because Iran needs to be completely taken out. And if Iran can't get completely taken out by the U.S., then they're kind of cooked, and they kind of sit there and deal with Iran as Iran rebuilds themselves, which they're doing right now, militarily wise, though, because there's really too much they can do about the sanctions. I mean, they could try to rely on China, but that ain't gonna help them out too much.
Last week or the week before. But again, with respect to Iran, there was some progress made yesterday. There are still a lot of details to discuss, and we'll continue to see how this plays out. The United States government, of course, is always in close communication and correspondence with the state of Israel, and that starts right at the top with the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu themselves. One more. Go ahead.
Last week, we saw the underlying affidavit for the search warrant that was executed in Fulton County, and there was not any mention in that document about foreign election interference in the 2020 election. I'm wondering if DNI Gabbard has uncovered that in Georgia or in Puerto Rico, where we know her team was sent as well.
I don't have any updates for you on that today. I would defer you to the director's office herself.
Sure. Two questions. One on the president's schedule today. It says he has signing time. What is he signing today? Are we expecting executive orders or actions? That's the first question. And then second, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that a U.S. arms sale package for Taiwan is in limbo. Can you just confirm this reporting / offer any additional comment? And how concerned is the administration that if an arms deal with Taiwan went through, that this could disrupt the China-U.S. Trade truce?
Sure. Well, I haven't read the full Wall Street Journal report. I will just say, with respect to an arms sale to Taiwan, I don't have any announcements or updates on that for you today. And to your first question about what the president will be signing, he will be signing an executive order, which you will all be hearing about later this afternoon. And you will see him in 1 hour at the Black History Month reception. We'll see you there. Thank you.
I mean, whoa, he didn't sign no executive order there, but I don't know. Maybe I might have missed it. But all right, guys, go ahead and go over to the next video. Let's go to the left side of media. Let's go ahead and start off on CNN. And let's start off on the Iran topic. Trump prepared to strike Iran by this weekend. Really? So, oh, wow, they're not the only people who's saying that. Interesting. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it.
Prepared to strike. The U.S. military is prepared to strike Iran as early as this weekend, sources are telling CNN. But President Trump, who has privately argued for and against strikes, has yet to make a final decision on what to do. This comes amid a significant U.S. military buildup in the region, with another aircraft carrier strike group on the way, and Iran bracing for possible strikes as new satellite images show rapid fortification at several Iranian nuclear facilities, with concrete and large amounts of soil being used to bury key sites. Out front now, Seth Jones, former advisor.
So, yeah, it does look like the Iranians are fortifying their nuclear facilities and, of course, making more missiles. And here's the crazy thing about nobody knows about Iran. Now, Iran is really good at producing missiles. I mean, like, guys, what was it? We produced we just put it in order to start producing like 400 missiles a year. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that, but 400 missiles a year, according to the Department of Defense. Iran They do 300 missiles a month, bro. You hear what I'm telling you? What we do in a year, these guys are doing in 2 months in missiles. So that's also one of the main problems in getting into it with Iran as well, and how day by day Iran gains the advantage.
The commanding general,
which is, I mean, for the neocons, not a good thing. For, well, us who don't really want the war, we're just kind of looking at them like, all right, I mean, do you really want to do this? Do you really want to go over there and fight these guys when we're out here building new missiles to reach us? Not us in the United States, but to reach our vessels in the sea. Like, do you really want to do this?
Of U.S. Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan. So, Seth, the military is ready to go, clearly, or they're very close to being so. There are significant assets in the region.
Oh, and shout out my man Waski. He says, I think Trump is going after the oil because of the dollar going down. He's playing chess. You know what? Actually, I think he did that. Well, no, actually, that could be also the strategy. But I think he fixed that one with Venezuela. So think about it. We took all their oil. We have one of the biggest. Now we have the biggest oil reserves in the world, thanks to what we took from Venezuela, and that just solidifies our petrodollar. Now this is what's real dollar going down. We are abusing sanctions. Honestly, bro, I don't man. If I was president, I would ban sanctions. I would ban the use of sanctions because it caused distrust in our dollar. We got to find a better way to exert our will on countries without causing distrust in our dollar. And this is why things like BRICS are popping up. This is why people are moving to the Chinese yuan to buy oil. It's because we abuse our power with the dollar through sanctions. And if we'd never be using sanctions, I'm gonna be real with you, we wouldn't have half the beef in the world that we have, and our dollar will be trusted.
With this other aircraft carrier strike group on the way, do you think it is more likely than not that the U.S. will attack Iran?
Oh, no, they don't, Galactic. Oh, no, they don't. Our energy secretary's out there with the oil executives. Nah, they don't. They do not own their oil. Shoot, they don't even own the profits from their oil. It gets sent to a U.S. monitored fund. I mean, what type of ownership is that?
Well, Brianna,
the
fact that we've got now 2 carrier strike groups that will be available in the region, and those are costly deployments. And so I think without a breakthrough in diplomatic negotiations, which we have not seen, that I do think that we're seeing a higher risk of the U.S. conducting strikes. And of course, that then leads to this question about what's the U.S. objective here. I suspect that the U.S. objective is probably going to be limited to things like nuclear facilities, potentially Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps sites, rather than bigger objectives like regime change. That is a lot more risky. U.S. doesn't have ground forces there. It doesn't look like it's going to ever put any in. So I think that's sort of where we sit right now.
I mean, that would be the dumbest mistake ever. And that's the problem. I mean, bro, the thing is, we just can't get a regime change just through airstriking Iran. Like, that's not how it works, guys. Remember, they got underground bunkers too. I mean, bro, as somebody said, where do you think Hamas learned to build those underground tunnels, bro? Like, where do you think they learned to build it? Now, I'm not sure if this extensive tunnel that they got, that they claim that they have, but let's be real. Yeah, you can't airstrike Iran into regime change. We sadly would have to put boots on the ground, and that would be the fuck up right there. It's taking them guys on the ground. Like, we don't need to be doing that. Actually, I remember one of the main fears of Venezuela, that if Maduro was to back into the jungle, I mean, we'd have been screwed trying to get that guy, or we'd have to torture jungle like we did in Vietnam. And that ain't a good look.
So when you talk about what that looks like compared to the strikes that the U.S. conducted on Iran's nuclear facilities this last summer, are you talking about sites in Tehran? Are you talking about sites well outside these nuclear facilities? What are you expecting?
So I think it's important to go back to the Prussian military theorist Karl von Clausewitz, who talks about war as being a continuation of politics or policy by other means. So I think really the goal, the question here is, what's the U.S. political objective with Iran right now? If it is largely about targeting Iran's nuclear sites, then I think we'll see something that's somewhat close to Operation Midnight Hammer. But the U.S. is probably also going to have to go after Iranian air defense capabilities, which the Israelis had already taken care of by the time those bombers conducted strikes. if the U.S. wants to go after Iran's missile capability,
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. They basically built it right back up. They have their air defense, their missile defense system is back up. But I mean, Israel could always come back in there and strike it again. But then here's another problem. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not sure if this is gonna help Iran because I don't believe in Chinese weaponry. But yeah, they bought China's newest jet. So they bought China's newest jet. And I mean, I guess as a way to prepare for the American strike. And I'm be real with you, it seems like Iran just went straight to the Chinese weapon shot and said, yeah, give me that, give me that. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that radar. I'm gonna need those missiles. I'm gonna need that jet. Oh, you're gonna teach us how to build it too? Yeah, come on over. Yep, we need all that. So pretty much Iran went on a shopping spree with China when it came to weapons.
abilities or partner forces, or even start targeting some of the forces that are cracking down on protesters, then you're going to see a bigger target set list. And so, again, this all comes back to the administration's political objectives here.
You mentioned regime change and your expectation that is not the goal here. Is that a needle that is easily threaded? I mean, is there a way that the U.S. Objective could, in a way, they could overachieve, for instance, what they may be trying to do? How do they make sure they don't do that?
Well, I think partly it's going to be the target set list that the administration starts going after. So if, again, they're just nuclear sites like the ones you just showed on the satellite imagery, those are pretty limited objectives. But if we see those like Tomahawks, for example, going after Islamic Revolutionary Guard sites or Basij sites or other key political targets, for example, decapitation strikes against Iranian political leaders, that starts to move up the escalatory ladder and starts to look much more like weakening the regime and potentially regime change. But again, there are huge risks if the administration goes down that road.
Meanwhile, Iran state media reports that Iran and Russia will stage a joint naval drill in the region beginning tomorrow.
Bro, they closed down the Strait of Hormuz to construct naval drills. And I mean, they said temporary. And here's the thing. What kills me is because, I mean, like, bro, man, fuck you guys talking about temporary. No, you guys are staying there just in case shit pops off so you can immediately close the Strait of Hormuz and start driving up gas prices. Luckily, you know, Trump done took some Venezuelan oil, so it's not going to hit us immediately, but it's going to hurt eventually if this does drag out. If we do strike him and it drags out. Like I said, there's no benefit that can come from this war for us.
Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Jim Himes of Connecticut, ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. Do you think an attack is imminent? What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, look, I think the president has now conducted a military attack on Caracas, which went flawlessly, and he's conducted a military attack on the tunnels, the nuclear infrastructure in Iran. That also went flawlessly. So right now, the president believes that he can do this stuff without much risk, which is, by the way, a very dangerous frame of mind because there's a lot of risk involved. I think that both the United States and the Israelis are aware of the fact that the Iranians are doing carefully what they can to sort of restore what was damaged in the initial attacks. And so, yeah,
they are doing
and that's why everybody's trying to rush a strike on Iran is because they know that Iran's not only building like more missiles by the day, but they're also rebuilding their their military capabilities by the day. So, I mean, Bibi said it himself. Every day goes by is an advantage gained for Iran. And I mean, trust me, that's why Bibi's so pressed to strike them now. Actually, I think Bibi's about to go to Trump and say, look, bro, if you don't strike them, we will. It's like, bro, if you can't get them to give up their ballistic missiles and their nukes, bro, or their enriched uranium, we will. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time they went outside of us and struck Iran or struck an Arab country.
They're doing what they can to restore it.
Yeah. Look, they're clearing tunnels. They're restoring electricity. They're doing stuff in tunnels that we can't see. So, I mean, I think they're probably doing everything they can.
I mean, yeah, where they keep their missiles is underground. Like, we don't know where the missiles are at because they're underground. Now, we've seen videos of it, but of course, you know, a video don't really show you exactly where the tunnels are at. We'd have bombed it yesterday.
Try to rebuild what was destroyed a number of months ago. So when you say imminent, is it this week? I don't know. Remember, the president will be satisfied with something that is cinematic, that makes a big boom and destroys and breaks a lot of stuff. That's what happened in Caracas. He doesn't care so much about the longer questions of regime change, which are much more challenging.
So which raises the question, what would be the objective of a U.S. action against Iran? I mean, if it's not regime change.
Well, remember, this is President Trump. So his objective would be to do something which thrills people cinematically, right? I mean, this is what the president does, right? He appoints people to his cabinet who look good, who play the part. So, you know, he will be very satisfied with a lot of explosions and a lot of broken stuff in Iran. That doesn't lead to regime change. And in fact, you know, I have a lot of Iranian diaspora folks in my district, and they say, you know, we really hope, especially since Donald Trump told the protesters that we would be there, that he is there. The question is, what does it mean to be there? Regime change can't happen just from the air. I mean, you might get lucky, right? You might break enough stuff that the regime collapses. The probability of that is pretty low, though. So when you start talking about regime change, you start looking at Iraq, you start looking at Afghanistan, where we actually had a lot of troops on the ground. And that's a place where the president has never gone.
I mean, he was telling protesters to take over government facilities to get the names of people who were attacking them, that help was on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when that happened, it sort of broke my heart, right? Because if you're going to say that, and we did this in Iraq, right? When a U.S. president sort of said, you know, rebel to the Shiites under Saddam Hussein, and they did, and they got brutally murdered, and we did not show up for them. And there's a long and ugly history of this. So,
I mean, let's be real though. They did their protests. We told them they were going to back them up. And I mean, let's be real. That's kind of our fault. We kind of actually invoke those protesters, go twice as hard against the regime, and knowing damn well we weren't going to back them up. And now we want to sit here as if we didn't stoke the fire to that. And hold on, let's not also forget the admitted fact that the Mossad was in there. Yes, the Mossad and CIA. And you know what? I think I put something together, guys. You know, I think the Iranian government, I actually think they caught CIA and Mossad agents during the protests. Because you ever wonder why Trump was so adamant about, oh, if you kill them, if you hold any executions, you're in trouble? Why would we care so much about Iranian citizens? Why would we care if they get executed? I mean, we were ready to bomb them. So it kind of makes sense that, maybe the people that were stoking this protest that were caught were CIA and Mossad. And well, we know that. So that's why we don't want them to be executed. I'm just saying.
To the Shiites under Saddam Hussein, and they did, and they got brutally murdered, and we did not show up for them. And there's a long and ugly history of this. So, you know, again, presumably the president, when he said that, he didn't appreciate the fact that they believed that we would be there in force, not just dropping bombs on battleships, because we can do that really easily without a lot of risk. Mm-hmm. But anyway, when the president said that, it really worried me, because a lot of people could wind up dead.
In terms of an operation over in the skies over Iran, I mean, the U.S. had pretty much, by the time the U.S. struck, they had freedom of movement in the skies over Iran. Is that still the situation?
No, it's not. As you might imagine, in a matter of months, the Iranians have worked pretty hard to rebuild their air defenses. So every day that goes by, and this is why your question about is an attack imminent is, you know, the clock is ticking, right? Every day that goes by, the Iranians improve their air defenses and make a raid that much more dangerous. And again, the president has gotten lucky, right? He's done these military actions without significant casualties on the U.S. side. So yeah, there's a clock ticking here. And even if Donald Trump doesn't appreciate all of this sort of, you know, chessboard stuff, the Israelis sure do.
Yeah. Congressman Jim Hyams, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, now let's see. Let's see here where you guys voted. In the meantime, though, let's get over here. Over here to well, look, man. This guy, man, Bannon, you got a lot to explain. I mean, you still got to explain this picture with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, why it sounded like you were trying to be Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know, trying to give him some type of good light coverage. I don't know. You try to paint him in a good light as if, you know, he wasn't convicted of, well, I don't know, getting young girls to give massages to old creepy dudes, and some of them were sexually assaulted while doing that. So you want to give an interview to that guy? I don't know, Bannon, you got a lot to explain. But right now, let me see here. Looks like the more on Iran. All right, we can do more on Iran. I got you guys. We're gonna go ahead and do an extensive dive on Iran. And shout out to that man Myron Gaines, because I ain't gonna lie, he gave a pretty good breakdown. So let's go ahead and get right into it.
So we're going to cover a couple of different things. So first thing I want to cover is this tweet from Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, and this came out a few hours earlier today. And he goes, quote, I'm heading out to the United States for my 7th trip to meet with President Trump since he was elected for a 2nd term. This, of course, does not include his unforgettable visit to Israel and his speech in the Knesset. Which, by the way, if you guys remember his speech at the Knesset, he basically admitted that he was bribed by Jewish oligarchs like Mir Mendelsohn.
Which was crazy.
Literally admitted that shit while he was there in the Knesset.
No, that was wild. Yeah, you could look up Trump at the Knesset, and he literally admitted how the Muriel Edelson put up like, 100,000, and they would ask for this, that, and the third, and Trump be like, I'll do my best. And I was like, bro, Trump, maybe you shouldn't have said that one out loud, bro. Why?
I believe these things reflect the unique closeness in the extraordinary relationship we have with the United States. And personally, between me and the president, and between the state of Israel and the United States, something unprecedented in our history. On this trip, we will discuss a series of issues: Gaza, the region, but of course, first and foremost, the negotiations with Iran. Yeah, this is the only reason he's coming over. Okay? He doesn't give a fuck about Gaza. Okay? He doesn't even really care too much about disarming Hezbollah. Okay? The thing with your boy Benjamin Netanyahu, anytime he travels to the United States, that is code for we want to bomb Iran and we want to get U.S. support when we do it.
Yep. I mean, no, they need us to back us up. They need us to back them up. If they take Iran on by themselves, Israel will most likely lose.
On. Quote, I'll present the president our positions regarding the principles of the negotiations, the important principles, and in my view, they are important not only for Israel, but for everyone in the world who wants peace and security in the Middle East. So I went ahead. This got quite a bit of likes too, which is hilarious.
Hold on. Like, causing a war with Iran will literally cause a regional conflict in the Middle East. So what you're asking for is the opposite of what you say is going to happen. Like, if you take out Saddam, there'll be positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. That was a lie. So what? Now you're telling us if you take out the Ayatollah, there'll be positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. So most likely be a lie again. Because even Saudi Arabia is saying, there's going to be a regional conflict if you do this.
Translation. I'm going to the United States to sell my war plan to Trump before second round of negotiations. I will also tell Trump that if the Iranians do not disarm their ballistic missile program, stop funding their proxies, and lower uranium enrichment down to 0%, we will attack them with or without the United States and drag the U.S. into a regional war with or without their consent. Reader, you're welcome. And, obviously I posted this as well. I think I posted it here. Let's see. Yeah, 400K. So a lot of people liked it because I basically fucking identified what the fuck was going on here. So what do we got here? Right? We have the Prime Minister of Israel going to the United States for the 7th time. So first, let's talk about official visits and foreign leaders coming to the United States. Foreign leaders come to the United States maybe once or twice a year at most, okay, to go to the White House. Benjamin Netanyahu's 7th visit within a year, pretty much. Well, we're in February. Trump took office in January. So roughly 13 months, 7 visits. That is unprecedented for another world leader. Okay. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu is framing it as, this, goes to, show our great relationship that we have with the United States. No. It goes to show how, in lockstep, the United States and Israel are, and how much influence they have on us. They have an incredible amount of influence on the United States, especially with this administration. Okay? Now, Netanyahu, as a politician, is fantastic at dressing up what's really going on here. Okay? So what is really going on here? So what you guys see here is the Middle East. Okay? Israel, this nice little sliver of land here.
Yep.
Okay? Iran, pretty far away.
Somebody in the chat said that, Israel's a small country. They're not trying to expand. I'm like, bruh, they took part of Jordan. They took part of Syria. That's what the Golan Heights used to be, Syria. And they took part of Jordan. I mean, bruh, what you mean? They've been expanding for a while now. Shit, they're about to take the Palestinian land in the West Bank. They don't care if the world sees it. I mean, that's bold.
This little sliver of land here. Okay? Iran, pretty far away. Okay? Now, why does this matter? Because you guys need to understand where we are in this conflict. And I'm going to speed run and
Galactic, you wrong for that.
Give you guys the cliff notes of how we got here, because how we got here is going to be incredibly important so you can understand where we're going to go from here. Does that make sense? So let's go through this quickly. We're going to start at October 7th, 2023. Hamas invades Israel. Thousands are killed. First they said 2,000, then they revised it down to 1,200. I've had this debate many times, right, with people about the Hannibal Directive, all the shit that happened on October 7th, but that's, for the purpose of today's conversation, that's not what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on Hamas invading Israel, because this was the beginning of everything. I mean, it goes back beyond that, but for purposes of this conversation and understanding this current conflict, we're going to start.
Yeah, because Hamas had two reasons. There was, of course, the political reasons of, well, they feel like their voices can't get heard and they can't protest without getting shot. And then there was the whole, Israel planning on destroying the Alexa Mosque to build their third temple. So there was a religious and political reason why Hamas attacked. Not saying that is right. Not saying that's right. Just give me the reason.
October 7th. Okay? So get your notebooks ready.
There and kill people.
Sit back and enjoy. I'm going to explain this to you guys. So when Hamas invaded Israel, for a multitude of different geopolitical and religious reasons, which I went into great detail before, Israel responded heavily-handed. They began an invasion into Gaza, which is one of the most densely populated places in the world. We're talking 2.3 million people. Okay, this little strip here.
Probably 2.1 now.
They first led with 1 million airstrikes, followed by a ground assault. During the course of this ground assault and airstrikes, they were able to pretty much destabilize and destroy the majority of the Hamas infrastructure. Despite the fact that Hamas hides in tunnels and has exercised quite a bit of guerrilla warfare, Israel has been fairly successful in dismantling, disrupting, and for the most part, destroying Hamas. Okay? They're kind of on their last leg now.
I mean,
There still are some resistance fighters left. But for the most part,
I mean, resistance fighters for sure, but leadership has been completely decimated. I mean, done. I mean, bro, for Hamas to keep going, they literally have to do a whole new, a whole new role of leadership. And I mean, nobody wants to be leader of Hamas because every leader of Hamas gets killed. I mean, bro, as soon as they're a leader, boom, bomb, done. So yeah, not too much people want to take up the mantle or to take the torch of leadership in Hamas. Why? Because you get an instant death. I mean, bro, as soon as you accept leadership, a bomb falls down and you're done.
And Yahya Sinwar, these guys right here.
Oh, he's showing the face.
This dude and this dude. Okay. The two main leaders of Hamas, he was the head of the military wing, he was the head of the political wing, were assassinated by Israel. He was killed in Iran via...
Yeah, I mean, bro, July 31st, 2024. So, yeah, pretty recently. What about Yahya Sinwar? I think
main leaders of Hamas.
I think he's in jail.
He was the head of the military wing. He was the head of the political wing.
Hold on, bro. I know this man. Never mind. He was killed in a clash with the IDF in October 2024. So they killed both the political wing leadership and the military wing leadership. Well, within months of each other. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Look, the Mossad and the IDF, bro, when it comes to striking these guys, bro, their tactics are pretty impressive. I'll be real. Gruesome, but impressive.
Main leaders of Hamas, he was the head of the military wing, he was the head of the political wing, were assassinated by Israel. He was killed in Iran via Mossad, an intelligence operation in country. He was killed in October of last year, actually on accident in Rafah, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So the leadership is gone. Oh, and they also killed this guy too. Another notable figure for Hamas. Abu Ubaidah. Okay.
Damn, they killed him. Whoa. Yeah, they killed him on, August 2025. Damn. Yeah, it was last year they took him out.
Abu Ubaidah. Okay. He's the guy that famously would do all the speeches with the fia in his on his face.
Oh, that guy.
Okay. So here he is. So they killed military wing guy, the diplomat guy for the political wing, and they killed the spokesperson. Okay. They also killed a bunch of other high-ranking guys, but for the purpose of conversation, once again, we're keeping it simple. So Hamas has pretty much been destroyed. Okay. There's still some remnants, but for the most part, they've been destroyed. There's currently a ceasefire in place, which Israel has been violating, but that's neither here nor there. This is one of the proxies, okay? Hamas is backed and supported by Iran, okay? So they were disrupted. Then, after Israel led their successful campaign in Gaza, they began the process of invading Lebanon. Okay. Yep. And the reason why they began invading Lebanon on the ground was because Hezbollah, this organization right here, okay, who is also another proxy funded by Iran. Okay. It's a militant group out of Lebanon. They were shooting rockets into Israel, northern Israel. This entire area of northern Israel, we'll call it the Haifa greater metropolitan area, for lack of a better term, so I can kind of Americanize this for you guys, because this is a very important big port city. This whole area had roughly 60,000 Israelis that had to be evacuated, okay? This whole area here, because Hezbollah was shooting rockets into northern Israel. Why were they doing this? They were doing this to weaken the IDF's presence in Gaza. They knew that if they were bombing northern Israel, Israel would have to mobilize the IDF and other military and intelligence assets into northern Israel to deal with the rockets coming in, right? For security purposes. And one of the things that you can do in warfare like this, where you're outmatched, right? Because the IDF is a very competent and powerful military because they have U.S. technology and U.S. support.
Facts.
Is you can make them fight on two different fronts, okay? So while the IDF was launching a huge ground invasion and a large-scale airstrike operation, there were also...
two inferior military forces pretty much got to play the distraction game. That's just how it is. I mean, Hezbollah and Hamas obviously is inferior to the IDF. I mean, bro, I'm be real with you. Hamas, you can barely call a militant force.
Assets in the north. And once they killed Ishmael, once they killed Yahya Sinwar, this guy, okay, in October of 2024, right around that time, this is when they began the ground assault into Lebanon, okay? And when they conducted the ground assault into Lebanon, multiple things happened, okay? First, there was a successful pager attack, okay? Okay. And this pager attack killed, maimed, and took out a lot of Hezbollah members. And the Israelis, basically, long story short, had infiltrated Hezbollah's supply chain with communication devices. They were able to get like a contract with them. They built these devices, put bombs in them, because Hezbollah was looking for older technology that couldn't be intercepted, walkie-talkies, beepers, etc. Right? And they simultaneously exploded these devices on September 17th and September 18th. Okay? Now, while this was going on, they also launched a ground assault into Lebanon. So they did the pager attack. They invaded on the ground, and the final touch, they started conducting massive airstrikes, okay? And they killed this guy right here, the head of Hezbollah, okay? So, recap. October 7th.
Yeah, like you kind of see where Myron's going with this, bro. They took out all of their top adversaries in like 2 years. 2 years, from 2024 to 2025, they've taken out the top leadership in Hezbollah and Hamas, completely crippling them both.
What happens? Hamas invades Israel. These guys right here. I'm going to bring this all together for you guys here soon. This is Hamas. Okay? They invaded Israel. After invading Israel, Israel launched a massive ground and air assault on the Gaza Strip, killing tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands when this is all said and done. This totally crippled and dismantled and disrupted Hamas operations. Their top 2 guys, or their top 3 guys, Abu Ubaidah, Yahya Sinwar, and Ismail Haniyeh were killed, effectively leaving them rudderless and headless. Then they began the campaign into Lebanon. They invaded southern Lebanon, were fighting with them on the ground, launched the pager attack, and also launched airstrikes in Beirut. These airstrikes hit their
guys. We do got to take a quick little detour real quick, because breaking shocking arrest of former Prince Andrew. So yes, former Prince Andrew has been arrested for, well, most likely his connection to the Epstein files. Let's hear it out.
And get to some breaking news that is happening as we speak in the United Kingdom, where it is on its way towards lunchtime on a Thursday. The reports are that Prince Andrew, the former Prince Andrew, has been arrested. Now, the suggestion is that police have arrived at the former prince's home. Now, this information is very fresh to us right now. It is the BBC who is making this reporting as we speak, but Andrew, Mountbatten Windsor, as he is to be known now, of course, the former Prince Andrew, all of the questions that have surrounded his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, all of the questions that have extended into potential domestic consequences that may be for him in the United Kingdom. Now, we will learn over the next hour exactly what has taken place, but 8 officers have arrived at his home in the past few minutes. They've arrived in 6 separate Metropolitan Police vehicles. Now, one of the accusations that was being levelled at the former Prince Andrew is that when he was the trade envoy, and he was for the best part of more than 10 years, he was representing the UK government. Now, obviously, he was above party politics as to whether that was a Conservative government or a Labor government. But amazingly here, that question of misconduct in public office is what this all connects back to, because some of the suggestions have been that information that he may well have learnt in the privileged position of being the trade envoy, he may well have spoken about that information outside of the areas that he was supposed to be doing so, potentially even with Jeffrey Epstein. But again, we will see all of this play out in the next little while. This is a potential jailable offence. Now, we know
it's not even for anything like, child pedophilia or anything. It's pretty much like, well, you were operating as an envoy for the UK. Well, I guess outside of jurisdiction, or you were doing it illegally and all this crazy stuff. It kind of looks like he's getting hung up on, well, business dealings, or, well, dealings with that he would be, or that he would be representing the UK in. Seems like that's what they're catching him up on. But let me make sure, though,
that the former Prince Andrew has said of any and all allegations that have been made about him in the past in relation to his proximity and allegations in and around Jeffrey Epstein, that he has claimed to be innocent. Well, this is, again, a very different take on things, and one that does not require what the United States authorities have been able to find out. It is not related.
Oh, pretty much, yeah. Prince Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew, was arrested on February 19th, which is today, 2026, on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The arrest is connected to an investigation into his past ties with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, specific allegations regarding the sharing of confidential trade info and trafficking accusations. So, oh shit. So yeah, he might have helped Jeffrey Epstein get up on the stock market with confidential trade info, aka inside trading. which he should know better. And then, of course, some trafficking accusations that they might be able to connect him on. Well, at least somebody's being held accountable. Now, only if America can practice this. Like, please. Like, we got some Prince Andrews here that's still walking around. Except they ain't royals, but they rich.
To the investigations that have happened in the parliament in the United States, which, of course, has been very active. But, of course, he's not an American citizen, so he hasn't been able to be compelled to learn more about this. Now, at this stage, the police arriving, and again, the report from the BBC is the term arrested. Now, arrested simply obviously means in the earliest of moments here that this is somebody being engaged with by the police. Now, whether the questioning is taking place at his home right now, we assume that to be the case. Now, remember, of course, he was formerly in that cottage. He then was moved to the Sandringham estate, which is still owned by the royal family, but the expectation was that either the king himself or some arrangement had been made for him to be moved to that different, smaller and much more secluded property than the one that we have seen in the past, one that he has shared on and off at times with his former wife, Sarah Ferguson. This is the location of what is taking place right now. I've got a feeling we're going to be dipping in and out of this a lot in the next little while. So if we're mid-conversation with anything we have planned this evening, we return to this and return to it instantly. But the images that are coming through is the police arriving, and then we understand upon
the trade envoy. So he was trade envoy for the UK, and he's pretty much getting arrested on, well, allegations of sharing confidential trade information and trafficking allegations. So we'll see what happens. But let's see, suspect offense, misconduct in public office linked to his previous role as UK trade envoy. So, yeah, misconduct while holding public office.
Inside the home.
I mean, God damn it, bro. We can, you know how much politicians we could catch up on that today? Man. On the left and the right, bro. On the left and the right.
Him to be arrested. That is the beginning of the process of, at the very least, questioning him or forcing him into a scenario of being questioned, all going back to his time as the trade envoy for the United Kingdom, when he would represent the United Kingdom government, again, regardless of politics, the royal family being above politics of the day. Him being able to move in the upper echelons of multiple societies, perhaps armed with information that may well have been of use to others. And in the extreme case, and there is no evidence to this point, so I am simply speaking to the possibility of what could be the basis here, is whether the information that he used, he was able to in any way, shape or form, use to improve his personal or somebody else's circumstances. The breaking news tonight is that the former Prince Andrew is currently talking with police at his home on the fringes of Sandringham Estate. There will be much more that comes to air in the next hour. The second we know more, you will.
I'm real with you.
That nigga is guilty.
He's guilty. I'll do it again.
Guilty. That nigga is guilty.
Take his ass to jail. He's cooked. Like, I'm sorry. I ain't want to hear from him. I've already seen enough.
Your ass going to jail. You lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Your ass going to jail. You lock his
target and killed this guy, Hassan Nasrallah. They also assassinated a bunch of other Hezbollah high-ranking members. But I'll keep it simple for you guys and just let you know. They dismantled Hamas, then they went after Hezbollah. After the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, this directly led to the fall of the Assad regime. Okay? Now, what the fuck is the Assad regime? This guy right here. Okay? The Assads had run Syria for several decades. Now, the reason why I'm showing you guys this on a map is that this is important for you guys to understand from a geographic perspective why this is important. So Hamas gets disrupted here, proxy 1. Hezbollah gets disrupted and dismantled here, proxy 2. Now we're on to proxy 3, the Bashar al-Assad regime. After after the ceasefire that was brokered between Hezbollah and Israel, this kicked off a rebellion in Syria. Syria, having already been weakened for a decade plus with sectarian wars all over the fucking country, all right, had amassed a bunch of different groups and paramilitia groups that fought against the Syrian army. The problem here is that Syria was holding on to power thanks to Hezbollah and the Russians. The Russians came in with their air power, and Hezbollah came in with their fighting force. The Syrian military is extremely incompetent, unpaid, and angry. This is why Syria fell so quickly. Since a lot of these military officials in Syria were not getting paid by the government, right, and were in inferior military, a lot of them gave up. And the Russians could not supply the air power to Bashar al-Assad because they had their hands full with Ukraine. Now, what ended up happening was after the ceasefire was brokered between Hezbollah and Israel out of Lebanon, this led to the rise of Ahmed al-Shara, a former member of Al-Qaeda, a.k.a. al-Jolani. This guy led HTS, okay, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, okay? And what he basically did is he began a campaign out of the Idlib province, or the Idlib area of Syria, and he took his people and he went into Aleppo, took that over in a day, and then worked his way back down and took Hama, Homs, and then eventually got himself to Damascus. Damascus is where the palace is. Bashar al-Assad, realizing that his country was falling before his very own eyes, fled. So by the time that Ahmed al-Shara got to Damascus, Bashar al-Assad was already on a plane headed for Moscow. And Syria fell within a couple of days. And the only reason why it fell was because the Israelis are smart. They destroyed Hamas, began a campaign into Lebanon, disrupted and dismantled Hezbollah, though they did not destroy them, but they significantly incapacitated them. With Hezbollah weakened, they were not able to come in and assist Bashar al-Assad on the ground, and the Russians were unable to provide air power. This forced Bashar al-Assad to leave, and Ahmed al-Shara took power. Ahmed al-Shara, some people say, is a CIA asset. He was former Al-Qaeda. They took the bounty off his head. Look, that's neither here nor there. The bottom line that you need to know is that Ahmed al-Shara is friendly to the West. He got sanctions removed from the United States that had been in place for a very long time. He is friendly with Israel, cordial, I would say. Okay. And what he did in exchange for the United States removing the sanctions was he basically kicked out Hezbollah, and he also kicked out the IRGC. Now, what is the IRGC? The IRGC is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, okay? This is a component or an arm of the Iranian military. Now, the IRGC had a large presence in Syria, okay? And the reason why is because Syria is in a pivotal geographic location to be able to support and help equip Hezbollah, who is the most competent on-ground fighting force that the axis of resistance has. So when Ahmed al-Shara came into power, one of the first things that he did was he kicked the IRGC out of Syria, and he did not allow them to resupply, replenish, and assist Hezbollah in their wounded state. And in exchange, the United States agreed to lift the sanctions from Syria. Also, when Ahmed al-Shara took power, which a lot of people don't talk about, but I will add this in because this is pertinent, the Israelis bombed all of the military infrastructure of Syria. So despite the fact that Israel kind of ushered this leader into power, the Israelis also don't trust this guy. So they destroyed their military infrastructure for extra security. Because as you guys are starting to see, there's a trend here where Israel doesn't like Muslims and Arabs having weapons that can hurt them. Okay? And they use the concept of national security to justify their bombings. Okay? Now, why am I telling you all of this? I am telling you guys all of this because this adds to the urgency from which Benjamin Netanyahu is coming to the United States, or is in the United States for that matter. Now, let's quickly recap. October 7th, Hamas, these motherfuckers right here, these guys right here, invade Israel.
Oh yeah, this is what I was pretty much saying about the whole Syria situation. It was kind of effed up because it's like, all right, so you get the regime change you want, then you go in there and make sure that like don't even give them a way to defend themselves from any enemies, even if it's not Israel. Then y'all say, oh no, we're cool with Syria now that they got a new leader, but then you decimate their weapons defense system and their air force, like destroy all their planes. Like, come on now, that's a bit wild. And I ain't gonna lie, that kind of led me to believe this is what Israel truly wants. That they don't want no Arab country to be able to defend themselves from Israel. Like no Arab country has the right to defend themselves from Israel.
Okay? AKA Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. They invade Israel. This leads to the siege of the Gaza Strip, the invasion of the Gaza Strip, the airstrikes all across the Gaza Strip, coupled with a ground assault. During the course of their campaign in Gaza, they killed Yahya Sinwar, they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, and they also killed Abu Ubaidah. Okay? These are some large figureheads within the organization. They also killed many other members, but for the purpose of this conversation, we're going to keep it simple. After they conducted and completed their campaign in Gaza, they then went into Lebanon to the north to deal with these guys who were shooting rockets into Israel that had to get 60,000 people evacuated. They led a ground assault. The goal was to get to Beirut. They were not able to do that because Hezbollah is actually very competent ground fighters. They kept the Israelis at bay in southern Lebanon, but the Israelis were still successful because they were able to conduct the pager attack, which rattled and caused quite a bit of disruption, and they killed two large figureheads of Hezbollah. This guy Hassan Nasrallah, and just for added information, this guy right here, Fuad Shukr. Okay. They killed him too. This led to pandemonium.
Like I said, bro, it was a complete crackdown on Hezbollah, Hamas, all of Syria. I mean, all of them. Within those 2 years of 2024 to 2025, they got all of them. That's impressive. Like, that's impressive. Much as I don't agree with how Israel moves in the Middle East, it is impressive.
Option and damn near the dismantlement of Hezbollah. Okay? Now, as soon as they successfully assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, even though they had a failed land coup or a failed land attempt, they still weakened and disrupted Hezbollah enough where they agreed to a ceasefire. This ceasefire directly led to the fall of the Assad regime, because with Hezbollah weakened and your boy Ahmed al-Shara leading a campaign all across Syria, killing people all over the place in the Syrian military, or getting them to simply just comply and give up, he comes into power within days. Once he seizes power, he kicks the IRGC out. Okay? And he decides to not arm or rearm Hezbollah and not use Syria for what it was before, which was a transit country to move supplies and resources from Tehran to Beirut to support Hezbollah because Syria was in the way. So Ahmed al-Shara came into power and cut the supply lines in exchange for Western acceptance and sanction relief. So he is playing ball with the Israelis and the West. Okay? Now, this is 1, Hamas, 2, Hezbollah, 3, Bashar al-Assad regime. These 3 are what's called proxies from the axis of resistance that Iran has been funding for many years to insulate themselves against U.S. and Israeli aggression. They did this after seeing the Middle East fall to U.S. foreign policy that's run by Jewish Zionists. There's one last member of the axis of resistance, actually two other members. You have the Houthis down here, who were also weakened by the Israelis because they killed government members. The U.S. was relentlessly striking them, and they're still intact to a degree. Okay, and you also have militia groups within Iraq that also are backed by Iran, but they are not as powerful as Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and the Bashar al-Assad regime. So all of the proxies have pretty much been disrupted, dismantled, and need to replenish. Okay? And Israel was behind all of these proxies going down to some degree, whether they overtly did it themselves or they funded militia groups like Ahmed al-Shara to do it. Israel was behind every single component of these proxies being destroyed. Now, this leads me to why Netanyahu is here. There are a couple of things that the Israelis want, okay? There are 3 main things. Number 1, no nuclear program, okay? They don't even want civilian level damn near. Number 2, they want their ballistic missile program pretty much dismantled. Okay, 300 kilometers or something like that, where the missiles can't actually be a threat to Israel. Number 3, they want the Iranians to stop funding and supporting the proxies that Israel just destroyed, that I just identified for you guys in that long explanation. That's why I had to explain everything so you guys understand the complexity of the proxies and why the Israelis want Iran to stop funding them. And also, time is not on the Israeli side.
Yeah. Let me be real with you. Ever since this whole push for war with Iran, you could tell the propaganda is just so obvious. It's like, what? Oh, the hatred of Islam, then the hatred of Arabs. I mean, you could tell it's manufactured at this point because it's all pushed towards hating Muslims. So it's okay now to go to war with Muslim countries, and you guys won't think twice about it because it's F those Muslims. I mean, they're using your hatred of Muslims to push us into war. And it's kind of funny how people don't see that, but I mean, hey, man, not everybody's going to catch that, especially when it feeds into, well, I'm be real with you. Some people just, I mean, like being hateful people. It is what it is. And I mean, anything to validate it. I mean, shoot, even if it means hating a group of people, that ain't never really do anything to them at all.
Every day that passes, Hezbollah is rebuilding. Every day that passes, Hamas is rebuilding. Every day that passes,
I don't know about that.
The Houthis are rebuilding. Every day that passes, the Iraqis are becoming more emboldened to resist. And then every day that passes, the Iranians are making more missiles. Okay? While simultaneously, the interceptor missiles that the Israelis rely on.
It's kind of funny though, like the same people who hate Islam, if you ask them, all right, well, how does the Quran start? They can't tell you. They couldn't tell you how it ended either, but they can go ahead and take a passage out of context like atheists do to the Bible. And the same people who do that to the Quran will get mad when people do that to the Bible. It's hilarious, to be quite honest with you. It is, bro. The cognitive dissonance, sometimes it's just too funny. What can I say?
Are not being produced at the same level. Okay? It's a bit more complex than that, but for the purpose of simplicity, the Iranians are manufacturing more weapons than the Israelis can manufacture defense to said weapons. So this creates an economic and strategic issue of security with the Israelis. Okay? Now, that's what the Israelis want. The United States understands that the Iranians have pretty much put a red line, and they said, we are only going to talk nuclear. We are not going to talk about the proxies that Israel destroyed. We are going to continue to support them and rebuild them. And we are not going to talk about our ballistic missile program, because our ballistic missile program is the only reason why we have these negotiations in the first place. Now, for you guys to understand the ballistic missile program and why Donald Trump and the Israelis are far more cautious with attacking Iran this time around, we must understand what happened during the 12-day war. So I gave you guys the lore on what happened after October 7th. And after October 7th happened, you fast forward to June of 2025. The proxies have been disrupted and dismantled. Iran is in a weakened state. The Israelis launched Operation Rising Lion, also known as the Israel-Iran War. During the course of this 12-day war, capabilities were exposed. The Israelis showed their hand and had a bunch of intelligence operatives come out from hiding, use drones to destroy air defense from within the country. And as this was happening, the Israelis intelligently and, marvelously utilized their air power to follow.
I mean, bro, I'm be honest with you, you're not making any sense, to be real with you, because I asked you, how does the Quran end and how does it begin? You can't answer that question. Instead, you say, well, if you don't go along with this scholars, when there's multiple scholars in Islam, all of them wrote in books on how to describe the Quran. I mean, this is why it's mainly practice. You read it yourself to gain your own understanding, because you can go pick up a book from multiple scholars on the Bible and you'll get a different meaning for almost every passage that Jesus say. Same thing with the Quran. I mean, the fact that you don't know that is, I mean, come on, bro. I know you're smarter than this. Like, come on now. Like, I know it's a book from a scholar on Islam, but bro, there's a lot of books from a lot of scholars that say different things. Just like there's a lot of books from scholars on the Bible. Then they say different things with different interpretations. Shoot, your priest got a different interpretation of the Bible than your priest down the street. Same thing in Islam. That's why y'all kind of sound dumb making these arguments, because you don't even see how it relates to your own religion, or how your religion share similarities. But like I said, how does the Quran begin and how does it end? And if y'all can't answer that, then y'all need to shut up about Islam, because you're not being honest. Because I asked you that question and said, well, if you don't translate it right, bro, what's so hard to translate that the Quran said that Jesus is going to come back and save the world and stop the devil? What's there to translate about that? It's pure, it's cutthroat. It's right there. You don't need a scholar to translate that, bro. I don't need a scholar to sit there, crack open the Quran and realize that it starts off like Genesis. I don't need a scholar to sit there and explain that to me, bro. If you do, then you're kind of slow then. Like, you really need a scholar to sit there and be like, oh, I need an interpreter in the beginning. You need an interpreter for that.
On these assets, destroying this air defense, and bomb the fuck out of Iran. And the Iranians could not do anything about it. The Israelis enjoyed air superiority. That's, I think, irrefutable now at this point. Okay, facts are facts. They bombed several strategic locations, military locations, nuclear facilities. They killed several nuclear scientists and generals of the Iranian military or armed forces. And they had Iran basically blind.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm not telling you guys to support terrorism. Like, no. Trust me. Muslims don't support terrorism. The problem is, though, is that y'all two have, well, kind of put the two together. You're like, a Muslim is a terrorist, and a terrorist is a Muslim in y'all eyes, and that is incorrect. That's just the wrong way to look at things, and that's just straight. You've been propagandized to think that way. I mean, shout out Laura Loomer, man. Hey, man, she puts out good work.
And
I ain't mad at
disoriented for roughly 24 hours. But after that was done, and the Iranians were able to regain their composure after getting the worst attack on them, probably in their history or modern history, we saw all hell break loose.
Boom, boom, boom.
Right?
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Tell us if this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
All right, that's too much.
All jokes aside, when the Iranians retaliated, though the Israelis were successful in successfully removing much of the of shooting down much of the missiles and drones that came through, a lot of them actually landed. And the Iranians do have missiles that can get through the Iron Dome, Sling, THAAD, all that shit. Okay? And contrary to what Western media tells you, the Iranians caused a lot of damage. So much damage that they made it illegal for press to record it. Okay? So, after the 12-day war, some things were revealed. Okay? The Iranians understood that they have an air defense problem. The Israelis understood that you can't go ahead and launch an attack or give decapitation attempt without having people on the ground to lead a revolution and take over the country. Because the Israelis were hoping by bombing the fuck out of Iran that the people would take that opportunity to revolt against the government. The opposite happened. The Israelis inadvertently created what's called a rally around the flag effect, which is essentially, even though they were not happy, because many people do not like the leadership in Iran, they hate the Israelis more. So what ended up happening was, instead of taking to the streets to overthrow their government, they took to the streets to say, fuck Israel, hit them back, hit them back. And that, my friends, is what they fucking did. They hit them back really hard. And not only did they hit them back hard, they hit them back so hard that the Israelis have basically put the ballistic missile program as the biggest threat to them. Let me say that again for you. The Iranians created so much damage to Haifa, Tel Aviv, and other strategic locations within Israel that the Israelis realized, oh shit, their nuclear program isn't really the biggest problem we have. Their ballistic missile program is the biggest issue that we have. And this is why you've seen, since the 12-day war, talks of another war being imminent at this point, or basically inescapable. Okay? Because what the Israelis had feared has come true. The Iranians had the capability of destroying Israel without a nuclear weapon. Okay? And that scares them.
I'm crying. Yo, dog, like, you know what? I mean, guys like this, bro, they can't even explain to you why they hate Iran. I mean, I promise you, they couldn't even explain to it. Hey, bro, do you know the difference between the Hadith and the Quran? If you don't know, then you might want to stop hating the Islam so much. I mean, do you even know what Islam teaches? If it's an abomination to God, like, do you understand that? Like, you kind of sound stupid. Be honest with you. That's what I'm saying. You guys need to educate yourselves on this. I mean, bro, you could read the Quran, you could listen to it on YouTube for a good 30 minutes, and bro, if you listen to the Quran for like 30 minutes, every lie you've been told online will be dispelled. Every one. But I mean, what can I say? Don't go with your self-confirming biases, so you won't do that.
Because in their eyes, we have a regime.
And look, I ain't trying. Look, man, personally, I lean more towards Christian, but I got Muslims in my family, and I've actually read through the Quran. I've taken at least 2 hours to listen to it, and then of course to listen to other people talk about it and debate it. And what I've learned from it is that, bro, it is nothing of what you guys are saying. Actually, you guys don't even know Islam. That's how, and it's embarrassing to watch you guys sit there and embarrass yourselves talking about it. Y'all say the most outlandish stuff, and then when you guys get proven wrong, I'll be real with you, guys don't even be like, you know what? Well, maybe I need to. No, y'all double down, or you'll sit there and say, oh no, you're not you're not referring to it right, or no, that's the wrong translation. And I'm just like, oh, so you know so much about their religion, but you can't tell me how the Quran starts or ends? Funny, guys.
That wants us gone. But the difference between Iran and all these other countries that wants us gone is because now we know they have the capability to make us gone.
Fatality. Like, guys, I'm gonna do this one more time for you guys. How does the Quran begin and end? And if you can't answer that, then I mean, you don't know nothing about Islam, and you're speaking out of complete ignorance. I keep asking you the question, and chat, you see how they can't answer it because they don't know anything. And if they was to tell you the real answer, it would actually probably shock you if you don't know nothing about Islam. And I think I already told you. It starts off in the book of Genesis. Yes, the Quran starts off with God creating the world, just like the Bible. And it ends with Jesus coming back and saving the world, just like the Bible. And if you didn't know that, then maybe you should do a bit of research into the Quran or just Islam in general. I ain't telling you to become no Muslim. Shoot, I'd rather you become a Christian. I'd rather you, worship the Bible or follow the Bible. But the Quran ain't bad either.
And for the first time in Israel's short history, they've realized that they are very mortal. And they might not have had the military edge that they thought they had. Now,
and I'm right. It starts off 500 years after Christ, bro. No, that's when Islam started. I'm talking about how the Quran starts. The Quran, their holy book, the word that the angel Gabriel gave to Muhammad, which you probably didn't even know that part. The word of God that Gabriel gave to Muhammad. We're talking about that. That starts off with Genesis. But you didn't know that. All right, so you're wrong. Anybody else want to try?
Recap everything. We covered the October 7th. We covered the proxies. And we covered the 12-day war. Now, let's fast forward.
The Quran, and nowhere does the Quran promote child marriage. If you're talking about the the recalling of Muhammad's life, those are the hadiths. And even the hadiths does not actually say Isa's age at all. It doesn't say that she's 9 whatsoever. Actually, that's actually a debate going on in Islam how old Aisha was. And I mean, if you actually read about Muhammad, you would know that Muhammad actually he had wives older than him. I mean, does that sound like a pedophile when he had wives older than him? Oh, no, look up Muhammad's wives, and yes, most of them are older than him.
To more contemporary events. Knowing that the Israelis have the capability of destroying the Israelis, that the Iranians have the capability of destroying the Israelis without nuclear weapons, there has been many talks about striking Iran again and getting rid of the regime. In order to facilitate this, Donald Trump, alongside the Israeli government, manufactured a financial crisis within Iran that we saw.
Nowhere in the Quran that it speaks about divorcing kids, and you can't even find a passage, and I know you can't. But please go ahead, though. Do it. I mean, the chat's watching, bro. Do it. Find the passage where it said it's okay to marry kids in the Quran. Because I promise you, the Quran is just a condensed version of the Bible. Like, literally, a condensed version of the the Old and New Testament. I'm about to say first and second, but Old and New Testament is really just a condensed telling of those stories. Like, literally condensed. Like, they just shrunk it down. That's why I prefer to get the Bible, because it gives you the full drawn out story. Shout out to the Bible.
Occur in the beginning of the year. The Treasury Secretary basically admitted it, that they worked to destroy the value of the Iranian currency, which is the rial. This shit right here. So the currency fucking like what? What's let's say $1 US. Holy. Yeah. You guys see where I'm going with this. Right? So the United States has sanctions. They crash the currency. And
I'm gonna be honest with you, when people I know it's not gonna sound good when I say it, but the reason why the Iranian people are going through this crazy inflation is mainly because of our sanctions. So when we sit there and pretend like, oh, we care about the Iranian people, We're the reason why the Iranian people are going through this economic turmoil is because our sanctions on them. And we've made it even worse with Donald Trump. So it is kind of funny that, I mean, look, man, Donald Trump was to be consistent with the idea of F and we going after them, then I ain't really got too much to complain about the sanctions. But since we're over there talking about, oh, we're trying to help the Iranians, all right, great. Well, release the sanctions, let them have economic opportunity. Oh, wait, if you do that, they won't no longer be too disgruntled with their government no more. That's why. That's why. I get it now. I get it. I mean, that's the plan. Great, but you ain't got a lot of us.
CIA and Israeli Mossad operatives and other members of the intelligence community, probably MI6 and all these other guys, conducted agitation during riots. Now, when they crashed the currency, this made the people come out, obviously in droves, shut down their shops, say, what the fuck is going on? The money's worth nothing, blah, blah, blah. While this was occurring, intelligence assets from the West began also agitating and conducting acts of violence. This led to Iranian military and police taking lethal course of action to disrupt and neutralize some of these threats. Also, during the course of these riots, many people were captured. Now, I think we can all assume now that between Mike Pompeo, Israeli media, and other individuals, they all admitted that this was an intelligence operation. They literally said, Mike Pompeo said, Mossad walks amongst you, Iranian people.
Yep.
While this was happening,
but we try to pretend like it was organic, but let's be real. Once, the Mossad or Israel's out there going like, yeah, we got Mossad and CIA in there. Well, let's be real. Even some guys on my side were just like, well, F it. I don't care if Mossad's in or CIA. I want the regime gone. And I'm just like, okay, so we don't even care if it's, I guess, a legitimate revolution. We just care if we want the regime gone, even if we're going to put the Iranians' lives in danger through, well, I guess, trying to invoke a revolution through fake protesters. Like, that's all good, apparently.
Son was also saying, rise up and take over your government. Well, that all failed. The United States and Israel wanted to attack Iran while these protests were happening because they learned from their mistake from the fucking 12-day war that attacking Iran alone without having someone on the ground to take over is futile because the Israelis and the Americans know a boots on the ground approach to take over Iran is not it's not feasible. It's not possible. The country's too big. It's too mountainous. The casualties would simply be outrageous. We would get fucked up if we tried to do a ground assault. And then on top of that, you're dealing with a competent military. You're dealing with 90 million people. You would not be able to occupy and effectuate regime change during that occupation properly. And we have a history of foreign intervention in the Middle East. It simply doesn't work. Every country we've touched, we've destroyed. And countries in the Gulf, our allies, don't want that. They don't want that. So they tried to crash the currency, use intelligence operatives, use the protests as a means to destabilize the government. But the Iranians were prepared this time. How are they prepared? Well, enter the Chinese. The Chinese basically assisted Iran during these protests by having a satellite up and shutting down Starlink. So when the protests first came on, the Iranians, suspecting Western intervention, shut the internet off. This stopped and halted and brought the protests down significantly, which, confirmed the suspicions, which the U.S. already admitted, that intelligence operatives from the West were trying to sabotage and get involved in these protests for a regime change. After the Iranians turned the internet off, Starlink was activated to be able to allow these operatives to continue doing these agitation riots in Iran. The Chinese helped the Iranians shut that down as well. And during the pandemonium, the Iranians were able to arrest a bunch of these agitators. Okay? Something like 80 to 800, I forget the exact number. But hundreds of people were caught. Okay. And they were planned to be hanged, by the way. Now, Donald Trump puts out a tweet threatening the Iranian government that if they hang the people, we will strike. Well, at face value, you might say, oh man, this guy's a humanitarian. He's for the people. Yes, he wants to help the Iranian people. Well, if you're not a retard, you would also know that Donald Trump is responsible for the crippling fucking sanctions that Iran endures to this day. President Obama tried to have a nuclear deal, the JCPOA, and bring Iran in as a somewhat ally in exchange.
See, and bro, see this audio, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's like, what does they say about, well, hold on. What does it talk about divorcing kids? It's not talking about divorcing kids? Yes, no, it's not. Yeah, in the Quran, chapter 65, verse 4, it's talking about how you handle your wife during her menstruation cycles. I mean, it's kind of crazy how I went into that detail, but I'll read it for you. I mean, please, it's right here. Let's see here. And those who no longer expect menstruation among your women, if you doubt, then their period is 3 months. And also for those who have not menstruated, and for those who are pregnant, their term is until they give birth. And whoever fears Allah, he will make for him of his matter ease. So pretty much is going over periods. And I mean, and honestly, what pregnant women go through in that time too when it comes to their periods. So what are you talking about? Like, dog, just read the whole thing. That's all you got to do. Talk about, what does it say about menstruation and all that? It's not talk about little girls, bro. It's talk about your wife, your pregnant wife. Don't even mention age.
For their nuclear program being monitored, being civilian only, and them basically not trying to proliferate nuclear weapons. Donald Trump comes into power, and by 2018, he not only leaves the Iran nuclear deal, he puts...
Well, I just proved him wrong. He was trying to say that they were talking about menstruating kids in the Quran, and that's wrong. You could look up the Quran verse. Like, anybody could look this up, bro, and they'll see that you're wrong. So you could say I'm misinterpreting it, but I mean, I'm pretty sure there's even Muslims in the chat will sit there and be like, "Set, you're right. I don't know what the hell he's talking about." Trust me, bro, me neither. But Shah, he said Iran brought the sanctions. So the Iranian government, so the people of Iran brought the sanctions upon themselves. So therefore they deserve this economic decimation. So do you hate the Iranian people or do you hate the government? I thought y'all gripe was against the government and not the Iranian people. But the sanctions also hurt the Iranian people. So the Iranian people deserved it as well. If that's what you're saying, then cool. I'm just making sure. But like you said, Iran brought the sanction onto themselves by funding terrorists. And you should read 9:5. The Quran is not good. I feel like I read that so many times, but F it, I'll read it again for you guys.
Iran, or the IRGC, on the terrorist watch list alongside Mike Pompeo, the same guy that said the Mossad walks amongst you, by the way. Same fucking guy. This allowed him to put maximum sanction pressure on Iran, and their economy has been doing bad since. So anyone that tries to tell you that Donald Trump cares about the Iranian people is fucking stupid and doesn't understand that Donald Trump is directly responsible for much of the suffering that the Iranian people endure. This isn't my opinion. This isn't how I feel. This is simply facts. Okay? Now, why is this important? Why am I telling you this? Because when he says, if you attack these protesters or if you hang them, we will attack you. Let me tell you guys why he's really saying that.
Oh, yeah, now I remember this. All right, here. So shout out. So in plain terms, in the Quran, chapter 9, verse 5, addresses a situation where certain polytheist tribes, you know, it's crazy, the same tribes that God also took, you know, wrath upon. I mean, he also took wrath upon the Jews for, you know, idolatry. But, I mean, I guess y'all forgot about that. But yeah, addresses a situation where polytheist tribes have broken treaties and were in active conflict. It announces that after a set sacred month period, fighting those hostile groups would be permitted. But it also immediately includes off-ramps to stop the fighting if they stop, and protection for those seeking safety shows up right after in chapter 9, verse 6. So it pretty much explains, well, the rules of war and to try to find an off-ramp off of conflicts and how to treat your prisoners of war. I mean, if you got a problem with that, dog, then I mean, you might be, I don't know, bro, you might be the effed up one there.
He's really saying that because within those people that Iran captured are American and Israeli intelligence assets. I'm going to say that again, and I haven't seen enough people talk about this. The reason why Donald Trump said, you better not execute those people or else we will attack, isn't because they're Iranian, or it's not because of freeing the Iranian people. We have proof countering that with the sanctions. He said that because people that the Iranians caught were Western intelligence assets for the United States, Israel, England, Australia, Canada, whatever the fuck you want to say. But definitely the CIA and Mossad. Absolutely. That is why he said that. Now, the Iranians surprisingly did not hang them. They pushed the executions till later. I'll get to it later. We'll hang those guys later. But this was a calculated move by the Iranians because they want to be able to say, we didn't start this war. And I'm going to tell you guys why that's important here in a second. So they tried the 12-day war, failed. They tried the riots, failed. They tried the regime change, failed. They tried to threaten them and say, if you execute these prisoners, we're going to attack you, failed. Okay? Now, let's get into why the United States is like far more cautious.
Oh, hey, yo, be driven. Yes, actually, they do consider Jesus a prophet. Well, they consider him the Messiah. It actually says they actually believe that Jesus will come back during the day of reckoning and all that good stuff, and is going to come back and save the world. Same thing the Bible says. So it's kind of hilarious how these guys say, oh, like the Quran is evil and all this good stuff. So basically, the coming back of your Lord and Savior is evil. And hopefully, you're not a Christian saying that, because that's exactly what the Quran says. So you're basically saying that the Old and New Testament are evil by saying Islam is evil. Because y'all share a story. Y'all share a beginning and end. They tell in the Quran, they talk about this. They start off with Genesis and it ends with Jesus coming back. So who are you guys to sit there and call it evil? It's kind of like you're rejecting your own religion by saying that. But I mean, like I said, people speak out of ignorance.
Cautious on this go round. So the 12-day war helped the Iranians identify a lot of their weak points and what they need to fix. One of the things that they needed to fix was air defense. Okay? And their air force in general. Once again, enter in the Chinese. Now, I've talked about this quite a bit, but instead of me talking about it, let me show you some of the new gadgets that they got.
Ooh, before we get into this one, because they do got some new gadgets. Oh, I mean, I said this guy wants to love Islam for some reason. I mean, okay, because apparently, look, bro, I'm not the biggest Christian, but that's what Jesus tells us to do. To not like sit there and literally try to hate our enemies. And I don't even consider Muslims our enemies. So, and here's the thing, it goes to show that you hate what you don't understand. I'm be real with you. You're the prime example of that, of hating what you don't understand. You don't understand the Quran what's so big. You don't even understand the difference between the Hadith and the Quran. So due to you not even understanding what it is, of course you have a hatred towards it, because people usually hate what they don't understand. If you to understand it, then you wouldn't hate it. You are not saying that you'd be a Muslim, but you wouldn't hate it.
Chinese researchers associated with the country's Air Force recently revealed that they have developed a new radar technology that can easily detect stealth aircraft, including the United States F-22. The number of F-35 series fighters delivered by the United States has exceeded 630, and Japan, South Korea, Australia and other countries have also been equipped with this type of fighters. The F-22 stealth fighters of the United States currently maintain about 180 in the United States. From a global perspective, it still has a very large deterrent capability. American fighter jet F-22 has gained global recognition for its stealth capabilities. As per the US military, the F-22 is the world's most advanced fighter aircraft because of its special design. The F-22 relies heavily on its stealth capabilities to evade enemy air defenses before striking targets with air-to-air missiles with an effective range of about 62 miles. For precision-guided bomb attacks on the ground, the stealth fighter must be within a 12-mile radius. China's new radar system aims to negate this key advantage of the F-22. Stealth aircraft is currently one of the biggest air defense problems in countries around the world, such as the US F-22 or F-35, including the bomber B-2. Their radar signals are too weak, and ordinary radars can hardly detect them, even the more advanced meter-wave radar. Also faces the problem of insufficient accuracy of anti-stealth aircraft, but this problem, in China's view, is no longer a problem. Regarding the global proliferation of stealth aircraft, traditional radars are completely outdated. Only super radars with comprehensive anti-stealth capabilities can truly play a role in defense and early warning.
Okay. Now let's get to another thing that China, another upgrade. So real quick, some of these devices are called the HQ-9B surface air missile, YLC-8B anti-stealth radar, JY-27A anti-stealth radar, HQ-16 surface air missile system, and then the HQ-17E surface air missile system. Okay.
Bro, that's a bro. Welch, I'm sorry, but you're not educated enough to speak on this subject, bro. I'm sorry. Like, it literally talks about Adam and Eve. There's a whole chapter dedicated to Mary. It talks about Jesus and Mary, of course. So it's kind of weird how you don't know any of this, but you claim to know so much. And here's the thing, guys, go out there, listen to the Quran, or you can look up whatever I'm saying right now, and everything I'm saying is right. Everything I'm saying is right. Like I said, you can Google what I'm saying, but you Google what he's saying, and you're honestly just going to find what I've been telling you. But please, guys, go do your own investigation. And because trust me, this dude's talking about translations that he don't even understand. I don't even think he knows that he's probably reading the wrong book. If you don't know that it literally starts with Genesis, if you don't know that, and you don't know that Jesus is pretty much set to come back at the end, I mean, bro, I'm sorry, but there's not much anybody can do for you. Like, you're deliberately ignorant.
These are some of the pieces of equipment that the Iranians got, newest versions of them, by the way, to assist with their biggest weak point, which was air defense.
Free system.
He said you should debate Sahara TV. You space Sahara TV, a Jew who has a Quran. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, I ain't tripping about it. Like, what? He said, say the Quran is evil. It's because I have it in my hand. I mean, I read everything. Most likely not. Like I said, most likely not. I mean, bro, atheists tell you all the time that they read the Bible and they talk about, oh, this is how you know God's evil and this, that, and the third. It's kind of like you guys sound like the atheists who criticize the Bible so much. It's like you sound like the same group of people that y'all were criticizing back in the day for calling you guys out on the inconsistencies, the so-called inconsistencies in the Bible. Later, those inconsistencies got cleared up, but I'm just saying, though, you sound like just like those same people. And I mean, and with no understanding of the Bible whatsoever, and just like you guys talking all this with no understanding of the Quran. And I'd be happy to debate somebody on it. Sure, just tell me what the prompt is. What is Islam evil? If that's the prompt, I'm gonna dust you. Is Islam compatible Western society? Now that'd be a good debate. We can have that. But is Islam evil? You're gonna get cooked in that.
Represents a significant advancement in China's air defense capabilities.
Don't let that be your prompt.
This new arrangement allows the HQ-9B to engage a wider range of targets at varying distances with greater efficiency. According to a report by the state-run Global Times, the larger missiles in the HQ-9B system are designed to intercept long-range targets, while the smaller, thinner missiles are reserved for threats that come closer. The smaller interceptors, although matching the length of the larger ones, have a reduced diameter, allowing for the increased missile count per launcher. The 8 new type missiles can be carried by the same TEL that can carry 4 of the previously known type, the report stated, highlighting the enhanced versatility of the upgraded system. The Chinese People's Liberation Army Central Theater Command has confirmed the deployment of a new variant of the HQ-9B long-range air defense system. Within
twist. Well, bro, I'm literally reading exact translations. There is no summary and twist in here. Like, what would be the point? There is none. Like I said, there is no summary and twist, bro. The problem is you're intellectually lazy when it comes to the Quran. You let other people tell you what's in the Quran instead of you going in there and search for yourself. You're just intellectually lazy. That's all. And instead of going in there and telling me what you know, debating me on it with your knowledge, you want to tell me to go to somebody that you got it from. You probably ain't even fact check, bro. But okay. But okay, so he actually looks at quotes and looks up verses and explains them. So, but he's against, all right, think about it like this. It's like asking an atheist to go through the Bible and look up quotes and expect him to give a genuine answer or expect him to give a non-disingenuous answer. And y'all don't even trust them to do that. So you're trusting a non-believer in Islam, somebody who hates it, to go there and give you a wow. I'm sorry, but that's like trusting Hillary Clinton to talk good about Trump. You're trusting a person who don't believe in Islam to give you an accurate translation of it, whose sole agenda is to get you to hate Islam. Really? And that's what you're going with. I mean, I like to listen to, more credible sources, like people who aren't trying to get me to hate it. Because trust me, you don't got to try to get me to hate it. If there's something fugazi in there, I'm going to catch it just by looking at it myself. I don't just let people tell me what things mean and then, oh, la-di-da-di-da. I actually go in there and look at it myself. And that, I'm sorry, but it don't seem like you actually did that. It seems like you're depending on his knowledge and the research that he did. But the book is right there for you to go to. You can search for it online. That's what I'm saying. You're being intellectually lazy because you can literally go there and read the book for yourself and you could quote it to me. And we can go back and forth about it.
Images released by the command showing HQ-9Bs in a new configuration with transporter erector launchers carrying a smaller, lighter class of surface-to-air missile and accommodating up to 8 per launcher.
You have? Nice.
Previously, HQ-9s deployed only larger and longer-ranged missiles, of which 4 could be accommodated on each launch vehicle. Commenting on the images, the state-run Global Times noted that the new smaller missiles were designed to engage targets at shorter ranges,
I see it,
thus complementing the longer-range missiles to allow each HQ-9B to provide more layers of protection. The HQ-9B is by far the most widely produced long-range surface-to-air missile system outside Russia. And much like its better-known...
Now, next thing that they got, and this is actually one of the crazy things that I'll leave that for last. Now, here's the other thing that they got as well, these radars.
Elsewhere. According to Chinese defense sources, a new class of radar is capable of detecting stealth aircraft at distances once considered impossible. The magic behind it all is something called radar cross-section, or RCS. It's basically the measure of how big an object looks on a radar screen. While a regular fighter jet might show up as the size of a barn door, an F-35 is designed to have the radar signature of a metal marble. Its shape is a masterclass in angles, all designed to bounce radar waves away from the receiver, and its skin is coated in a classified radar.
I told you, I'm right. It's not about, bro. I told you, it's about pushing war with Iran. That's why you don't know shit, because you really just want war with Iran. You don't know nothing about the Quran. You don't know nothing about the Iranian people. You just want war with Iran, because me supporting what? Islam means I support an evil regime? That is retarded. I'm sorry, but there are like almost 2 billion Muslims that don't support the Iranian regime, but they're still Muslims. So you sound dumb. I'm sorry, but you guys are y'all just a bit uneducated on the topic, or you're just or you're just brainwashed. You're not willing to hear anything else. And I feel sorry for you because you're not willing to educate yourself. And you rather sit there in hatred of people that you don't understand. That's tough.
Radar absorbent material, or RAM, that just soaks up radar energy. This is the multi-trillion-dollar promise of American air power. See first, shoot first, and get home before the enemy even knew you were there. What often...
And that's the air superiority advantage that we've enjoyed for a very long time, but just quickly dwindling.
Gets lost in these discussions is that stealth was never meant to make an aircraft literally invisible. It was designed to shrink detection ranges just enough to break the enemy's decision-making process.
And that's important, guys, that the air superiority, we're talking about like literally like fractions of minutes where it gives you the ability to attack before they know they're getting attacked and for you to get out before they can retaliate. That is what air power relies upon. Stealth, to a degree, where you can attack and then get out before retaliation can hit you. It's not about being actually invisible. That's damn near impossible to do. So that's a very important distinction to make.
Radar only detects a target at 50 kilometers instead of 200. That difference is everything. It compresses reaction time. It delays fighter launches. It disrupts missile queuing. And most importantly, it fractures the kill chain, the sequence of detection, tracking, targeting, and engagement that air defenses rely on. Stealth buys time. And in modern air combat, time is the most valuable currency. That is why the concern surrounding these radar claims is so serious. Even a partial increase in detection range changes the entire geometry of an engagement. It does not need to guide a missile. It only needs to arrive early enough to trigger a response. This is the threshold China is claiming to have crossed. And crossing it does not make stealth irrelevant. It makes it contested. China's claim cuts right to the heart of that promise. If a truck-mounted radar like the JY-27A can actually spot an F-35 from, say, 350 kilometers out.
Yeah, no, that is true, though. Yeah, bro, making a valid point. He said Iran so good, Israel had total air superiority, but Israel still got struck in their main cities by hypersonic missiles that they could not defend themselves against. And if they was, and let's be real, that air superiority only worked out for that first strike. Like, they weren't flying over Iran; they were actually shooting missiles back and forth after that. After they struck their nuclear facilities with the jets. They didn't fly over Iran after that because Iran was going missile crazy. And, well, Iran was winning the missile exchange, actually, because their hypersonic missiles were striking all inside of Israel. And Israel's a very small country, and they can't take that much damage. So shout out to Donald Trump for bombing their nuclear facility and getting them to back down. I mean, let's be real. Donald Trump saved Israel.
The entire strategic map gets redrawn overnight. That distance is everything. It's far enough to potentially cancel out the F-35's own advantages in sensors and weapons range. For Western military planners, this is the nightmare scenario. The single, revolutionary feature that justifies the F-35's staggering cost could be neutralized. The ghost, China says, can't hide anymore. So, how exactly do you see a ghost? The answer isn't a more powerful radar, but one that plays by a totally different set of physical rules.
Okay, now let's get into, they're going to go into the mechanics, but we're going to get into the JY-27A. Now, I already know what critics are going to say. Myron, the Venezuelans had this as well. Why couldn't they stop the Americans when they came in and took Maduro? Good point. That's actually a good point. Because I know some fucking military dweeb is going to tell me, hey, bro, well, yes, the Iranians have this JY-27A, Ghost Hunter, but the U.S. was able to neutralize it and kidnap Maduro. Here's the difference. Number one, the Venezuelan military is a joke, and they don't have the competency to be able to operate things like this. Next, the radar, this JY that the Iranians have is a newer version than the Venezuelans had. Okay. Next, the Iranians also have Russian air defense as well as a backup, and indigenous air defense that they made themselves. So they have 3 different layers of technology that they can use for air defense. So the U.S. coming after, and they also have other air defense, they have other radars as well. This was not the only radar. This is one of the radars that the Venezuelans had that failed them during the U.S. operation. But the Iranian military is far more competent. And Venezuela is in our backyard. Versus the distance that Iran enjoys from the United States. Now you can say, oh, well, we got air bases, all this other stuff. That's true. But also keep in mind that they have Chinese satellites now. The Iranians have Chinese satellite access.
I'm not really too worried about them and their, well, Chinese military tech. I'm not. I'm be real with you. Chinese military tech be breaking down. Like, bro, it didn't work out for Africa. It didn't work out for Venezuela. So I don't think it's going to work out for the Iranians either. I mean, the Iranians would have had a better chance buying from Russia than China, but hey, we'll see how that works out for them. Hopefully they don't got to use it.
At the front of this new capability is the JY-27A, nicknamed the Skywatcher. This isn't some giant fixed dome from the Cold War. It's a mobile system slapped on a truck, designed to survive on a modern battlefield. Chinese state media claims the whole thing can be set up or packed away in minutes.
Bro, so you're... They spend billions on nuclear weapons, but they have no nuclear weapon. just a whole lot of enriched uranium, unless that's the nuclear weapon you're talking about.
A life or death feature when you know enemy missiles are hunting for your signal. The heart of the JY-27A is its massive active electronically scanned array, or AESA, antenna.
And it's also important to know that the only thing that Venezuelans had, guys, that the Iranians have now, was the JY-27A anti-stealth radar. They did not have the HQ-9B surface air missile system. They did not have the YLC-8B anti-stealth radar. They did not have the HQ-16 surface air missile. We don't have 100% confirmation of this, by the way, that the Iranians have it, but high likelihood that they do have it. And then also the HQ-17E, which we don't know yet if they have it. But there's a high likelihood. So, in other words, to put this into English for you guys, the Iranians not only have a newer version of this radar, the Iranians have other radar, not just that, and this is me just talking with the Chinese angle. They have other radar from the Chinese on top of their own and Russian radars. So, in other words, they have multiple fail points, which from a military perspective is good. You want multiple fail points. Because if you only have one point of failure, well, that's bad. Because then the whole fucking building goes down.
It has thousands of tiny, individual radars all working together. This lets it steer its beam with electricity instead of moving parts.
Or let me say, instead of saying a fail point, let me just say they've diversified their risk. There you go. I think that's a better way to put it. They diversified their risk,
making it faster, more reliable, and way harder to jam. According to its developers, by combining that AESA tech with low-frequency waves and some serious computing power, the radar achieves its anti-stealth performance. They claim a detection range on stealthy targets of 350 kilometers, with some Chinese sources suggesting it could be as far as 500 kilometers. But the JY-27A isn't a lone wolf. It's designed as one piece of China's giant integrated air defense system.
There you go. And the Iranians have more than one. The Venezuelans, the big issue they had, incompetency, and they only had this pretty much.
Or IADS. This is a web of different sensors and weapons.
All right, somebody I guess wants to be, man, I don't know why people be this stupid sometimes, but and sorry, bro. I guess I'm gonna have to grill you, bro. I guess I'm gonna have to grill you because you try to sit there and say, I'll talk about Chinese military tech. And if you didn't know, in 2024, significant reports of malfunction with Chinese People Liberation Army emerged, revealing severe corruption and quality control issues. Key issues include missile silos with structural flaws, missiles filled with water instead of fuel. I mean, bro, like that was called the rocket force corruption, where instead of having fuel in their missiles, they had water. Export equipment failures. Chinese made F-22Ps. Bro, operated by Pakistan, experienced consistent issues with missile fire control system radars and propulsions. Bangladesh and other nations also reported receiving faulty non-functional spare parts. So when I tell you that, bro, I don't know why they're trusting them when it comes to military tech, because they've been effing up all over the place. I mean, and you could, bro, and these are just a couple of examples. So you said I didn't look stuff up. So now you're going to the shadow realm, my friend. Now you're going to the shadow realm. Have a good night. I mean, you sat here and you try to say I was wrong. You couldn't prove me wrong about the Quran. I mean, of course. And then you try to sit here and say I was lying about China, but I mean, it's right here. So yeah, so have a good night, my friend. Have a good night. I mean, hey, you can disagree with me, but when you just disagree with me just to disagree, is like, come on now, bro. Well, we ain't here to do that. Like, I love when people disagree, but when you disagree just to disagree, is like, come on now. Because I cooked you on Islam, now you want to sit here and try to say that China ain't making faulty weapons when that's just been the word on the global streets. Like, bro, people in Africa is talking about it too. And but you don't know. But you want to tell me what I know. I mean, man, toast to you guys, bro. You guys, why I do this? Because it's fun, and I get to grill dumbasses like you.
It's all networked together. The strategy isn't for the JY-27A to shoot down an F-35 by itself. Its job is to be the tripwire. It's the long-range lookout that spots a threat that every other radar would miss. Once the JY-27A gets a faint signal, it can share that info across the network. other systems.
And again, in the game of stealth detection, guys, that's all you need. Seconds matter.
Like passive radars that just listen for a jet's own electronic signals, or even other JY-27A, can then all focus on that same patch of sky. Once all that data is fused, it can create a track that's solid enough.
Man, be quiet, Welch. Me and you agree about everything but Islam. So that's why I kind of let you breathe. Like, to be honest, like, come on. If our only disagreement is Islam, I really don't have too much of a problem with you.
To point
You don't disagree with me just to disagree with me. Trust me.
China's own J-20 stealth fighters are long-range surface-to-air missiles in the right direction. The Ghost Hunter's job is to tell everyone else where to look. This laid approach is critical to understanding why these systems matter, even if they are imperfect on their own. No single radar is expected to track a stealth aircraft continuously. Instead,
and keep in mind, guys, this is stuff that they didn't have before. So now the United States and the Israelis have to at least respect that they've increased their capabilities and they're not going to have the same semblance of air superiority that they enjoyed back last year in June. This by no means doesn't mean that the United States or the Israelis can't still attack Iran. But now, the United States and Israel are not going to enjoy the same level of air superiority and high margin W's that they did before. Now they got to think twice before they do shit. And that's all that's needed in modern warfare. And we're basically a glass cannon. We cannot take casualties right now. Neither can the Israelis. And us just having this is about deterrence. That's what the Iranians are trying to do, by the way. They don't want war. They want to deter. Why do you think they've been showing their missiles off? They've been showing off some of the gears that they got. And also, I'm going to show you guys another thing that they just picked up. Save this one for last. They just picked up J-20 fucking fighter jets. Why is this a big deal? The reason why this is a big deal is because the Iranian Air Force hasn't really improved since like the fucking 1970s.
All right, though. Let me grill you too. I mean, I guess I got to grill everybody. Damn it. All right. Because you said it didn't start off like Genesis, right? But it literally starts off with one, of course, this prayer by saying that God is the most high and the most mighty, and then it starts off with the story of creation, which it means. I mean, it starts off with what the Quran often refers to the creation happening in days, without the 7-day structure in Genesis, but it often emphasizes that the heavens and earth was created in 6 periods. So the Quran starts off also with creation, just like Genesis did. And it also starts off with telling about Adam, and it also talks about the flood as well. So I wasn't wrong about that. I was not.
70s. Okay.
But go read
They got like F4s and shit. They got like
shoot, guys. Don't believe me, man. Just go read it yourself.
Old ass fucking jets. Right? From like the days that the Shah bought them when they were friendly with the United States. So now they went from the 70s, 80s to fucking 2026. Yeah, Pop Up Smoke, yes, the USA is a glass cannon, bro. Yes, they are. Do you think Trump can stomach military casualties right now in 2026, bro? Like, think before you ask dumb questions. Can the United States at this point politically, right before midterms, the guy that campaigned on no new wars, do you think he can sustain military casualties right now? The answer is no, which effectively makes the United States a glass cannon. Might not want to hear that, might sound fucked up, but at this point right now, militarily, we are a glass cannon. We cannot afford to have casualties. Motherfuckers still remember Iraq. And on top of that, not only do they remember Iraq, everyone is Jew-pilled now. They know who these foreign wars are for. So politically, socially, culturally, economically even, American soldiers dying because of Iranian fucking ballistic missiles would be a political fucking suicide for Trump right now. So yes, we are effectively a glass cannon. We cannot take hits at this moment. Anyway, now that we talked about some of the toys that the Iranians picked up from the Chinese, to complement what they already had from the Russians and themselves, they also picked up new fighter jets. And this story just broke out like roughly within the last 24 hours.
All right, bro.
An Iranian high-ranking military official had basically, I don't want to say a toy, but like a model J-20 Chinese fighter jet. Why did he do that? Send a message. Send a message. Right now, the Iranians are trying to deter the United States because they don't want war. So this is why they're kind of telegraphing their capabilities.
What if the most dangerous fighter jet in the world isn't American and isn't Russian? What if it's already flying patrols, almost invisible to radar, waiting for a war that may never be announced? Meet China's J-20 Mighty Dragon. A stealth fighter.
Now, I'm not here to say that these J-20s are better than our fighter jets, but that's not what matters. What matters is that now they're comparable. And when it comes to military planning,
I'm weak. He said they're not better than ours. They're just good enough to put up a fight, is pretty much what he's saying. I mean, obviously, they're not better than ours, obviously. But I mean, good enough to put up a fight? I don't even know about that.
War plan gaming.
I'm down with that as well. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact because it's just Chinese weaponry. And the fact that Chinese weaponry's had all these malfunctions around the world, it's kind of really hard to trust it. I mean, now if we were talking about Russian weaponry, I mean, there'd be a little bit more trust involved. But Chinese, I don't know, man. I don't know about them.
Your advantages dictate your methodology of how you attack. Okay? So, well, let's watch this thing real quick so you guys understand these fighter jets a bit better. But this isn't about having better fighter jets. It's about having comparable fighter jets. That's the key.
They're designed not to dogfight, but to hunt the most critical aircraft in the sky. In today's video, we'll uncover why this jet is making global air forces nervous, and why the balance of air power may be changing faster than anyone expected. In modern aerial warfare, dominance is no longer decided by speed alone. It's about stealth, information, and the ability to strike before your enemy even knows you're there.
That's the game.
And in this new era of combat, one aircraft has captured the world's attention more than most. China's Chengdu J-20 Mighty Dragon. Often compared to the American F-22 and F-35, the J-20 is China's first fifth-generation stealth fighter, and it's rapidly becoming one of the most feared jets in the sky.
And if I'm not mistaken, who showed these jets off? Was it the fucking was it the Pakistanis against the Indians when they had their war? I think that's what.
Yeah, and
I think that's what made these jets.
That's what I was just reading out about too. It was the what was it? The malfunction of that Chinese tech. Let's see here. It was trying to remember. Here it is. Here it is. Exported equipment failures. Chinese made F-22Ps. Let's see here. Operated by Pakistan, experienced consistent issues with missile fire control systems, radar, and propulsion. I mean, bruh, I mean, that's supposed to be the main thing it's just supposed to be able to do, to propel you faster than most planes. Well, all planes. I mean, the fact that it ain't even doing that, it's not giving you a good radar nor a fire control system, and Iran's just buying this up like it can do something to us. Not a really good decision, to be quite honest.
Like more feared.
Well, I buy from Russia before I buy from China.
But why does this aircraft worry military analysts, rival air forces, and defense planners across the globe? Today, we're breaking down exactly what makes the J-20 so dangerous, and why it represents a major shift in global air power. For decades, China lagged behind the United States and Russia in advanced fighter technology. While the US was flying stealth aircraft like the F-117 and later the F-22, China relied mostly on upgraded fourth-generation jets. That changed dramatically in 2011, when the J-20 made its first public flight. This wasn't just another fighter jet, it was a statement. The J-20 signaled China's arrival as a serious competitor in next-generation air combat. Since then, the aircraft has transitioned from prototype to active service, with continuous upgrades that suggest China is playing the long game. And that's what makes the J-20 so unsettling. It's not a finished project, it's an evolving one. The first thing you notice about the J-20 is its stealthy design. Its angular fuselage, internal weapons bays, and radar-absorbent materials are all designed to reduce radar cross-section. Stealth isn't just about avoiding radar, it's about controlling the engagement. If the J-20 sees you first, it can decide when and how the fight happens, or whether a fight happens at all.
Now, that's extremely important. The United States and Israel has enjoyed the benefit where they have air superiority and they're able to dictate the terms at which their pilots fight. It's incredibly important, chat. The Iranians, just having a few of these fighter jets, have now had to change the way that the Israelis conduct warfare. I really want this to sink in. Israel's war plan towards the Iranians was almost exclusively contingent upon air power, chat. Since it was contingent upon air power and air superiority, and Israel's inability to defend itself from Israel's air superiority, that's what their war plan and their methodology of engagement relied upon. But now that they have sophisticated air defense that is comparable, it doesn't even need to be better, comparable, and they have fighter jets that are comparable, this throws a wrench in all of Israel and the United States war plans. This is extremely important. When war planners are at the Pentagon or at the fucking Knesset, wherever.
I mean, yeah, I'll be real with you. They're a bit more cautious than us. Like, we play under the assumption that it don't work. They play under the assumption that everything works just fine and probably work better. So, yeah, I mean, the war planners are thinking about this way differently than we are, because honestly, we're thinking a bit lackadaisical about it. We're thinking that, well, you know, it's Chinese products. Fuck it. And I get you with that. I get it. But them war planners are going like, look, man, I know they're Chinese products, but you never know. We will fuck around and find out. And let's plan for that just in case they do work perfectly. I mean, it'd be responsible to operate like that. It's only responsible. Like, come on now. Why would you want to go in there underestimating your opponent? That's how you go ahead and get hit.
Or they're sitting down and they're meeting and they're trying to strategize how they are going to attack. The way that they attack is 100% dictated on the adversary's weaknesses. If the adversary improves said weakness to a comparable level, doesn't even need to be better. I'm being explicitly clear about this. It doesn't even need to be better. It just needs to be comparable.
AKA, man, they don't need to be able to beat our jets. They just need to be able to stand up. They need to be able to put up some type of fight. That's it. They're still going to lose, but they got to be able to at least strike down at least one jet while we take down, like, I don't know, all of theirs. It got to be comparable. They got to be able, it can't, like, they're trying to build their military to the point where we just don't steamroll them. So, I mean, let's see how that works out. Because I'm be real with you, buying from China ain't it.
If the adversary can be at a comparable level, that will throw a wrench in all of your war planning. And now, what used to be a 90% success rate has dropped down to 50%. Now, that percentage, depending on who's in power, where we are in the election cycle, what transpired before, that will dictate.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to here real quick, because I do want to get over to him explaining the new missile that Iran's been making. And this has been making its headways throughout the global streets, throughout global news. Is, you know, Iran's building up their ballistic missiles, weapons, and they're pretty much extending the range on them and the destructive power. But
anyway,
let's see.
We'll take the risk.
Where it is, right?
That's what's going to happen.
Here it is.
The speed of
last time as well. This is one of their hypersonic missiles, the FATA, and they also have a FATA 2 as well. We talked about the Korshmir last time. Now we're going to dive into the FATA.
An object moving at 13 times the speed of sound. In this video, we look at Fatah-1, Iran's aerospace engineering masterpiece, so stay with me until the end to unlock its secrets. In June 2023, a piece of news exploded like a loud bomb. Iran officially unveiled its very first hypersonic missile named Fatah-1. This is not just a simple missile, but a game changer. Let's see why this new weapon keeps many people awake at night. You might ask, what does hypersonic actually mean right now? In very simple language, it means...
And just so you guys know, Israel and the United States do not have hypersonic missiles. They have nukes.
Yeah.
Speed above Mach 5, but Fatah's story goes way...
I mean, honestly, we probably should get some hypersonic missiles, though. It's like, it's one step down from a nuke. Let's be honest. It's like, come on, we don't need to jump straight to obliterating them, because I do believe we do need some hypersonic missiles ourselves. It's like one step down from a nuke, works better than the Tomahawk missiles and all that.
Beyond just these basic numbers today, the speed of this missile is reported between 13 and 15. To give you a better understanding, let's do a quick calculation. It travels at about...
And just so you guys know, Iranian state media has been like showing off their missiles the past couple of days. They've been showing off the Korshmir, they were showing off the Fatas on Iran state media, saying that we're going to hit the United States hard like they've never been hit before. And I'll tell you this, the U.S. is scared. Trump won't admit it.
I mean, they're putting it all in their hypersonic missiles, and they're producing like, hundreds of them a month. So, yeah, it kind of seems like they're betting everything on the hypersonic missiles and the fact that, Israel doesn't have anything to defend themselves against these hypersonic missiles. And that was proven during the 12-day war.
Israel won't admit it?
Shoot, I don't even think we have anything for our honestly, I don't even think our jets can outrun these. But, I mean, we'll see. Hopefully we never have to see.
But they are very concerned with Iran's ability to retaliate. They are far more formidable after the 6-day war. These niggas are like Saiyans, bro. The day after the 12-day war, those niggas were in China buying up fucking everything. Let me get one of those. Let me get a couple of those. Let me get a couple of those. Okay, we're going to give you oil at a discounted price. All right, let me get that satellite. Oh, you guys are going to bring in personnel to help us with technology support? Cool. Serious upgrade. Upgrades. I mean, the fighter jet upgrade alone is enough. Niggas Air Force was stuck in the fucking 1970s. And those guys just hit fucking fast forward.
16 to 18,000 kilometers per hour. This insane...
I mean, shoot, you know what? We may not have them, but I mean, we're working on them. We are actively developing and fielding hypersonic missiles. Hypersonic missiles weapons traveling over Mach 5 with the Army's long-range hypersonic weapon, Dark Eagle, nice, slated for operational development in 2025. So it's 2026. So who knows really how far they are with it. I ain't really hear no release about it, but let's see. Dark Eye, a ground launch system with a 1,700 mile range. Oh man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Ron's beating that.
Speed causes the enemy's reaction time to drop kilometers per hour.
All right.
16 to 18,000 kilometers per hour. This insane speed causes the enemy's reaction time to drop drastically. Practically, by the time they try...
And this missile right here is what Israel fears the most, dude. Niggas are terrified of this shit. Niggas are terrified of this shit, bro.
Tried to move, it is late. The next important point you must know is the precise range. Fatah-1 can hit targets at a distance of 1,400 kilometers. This means easy access to sensitive strategic points across the region. Note that combining this range with such
yeah. So the Fatah 2, which kind of seems these guys seem to be more ahead when it comes to these hypersonic missiles. So the Dark Eagle that we're developing is supposed to go like 1,700 miles. 1,700 kilometers. Yeah, the Fatah 2, that's going about 2,000 kilometers. So it does seem like they might be ahead of us when it comes to the hypersonic missiles.
speed is very dangerous. But wait,
Remember, they're like consistently producing. Like, remember, I think we're still in operational stages, honestly.
speed is not the only scary feature here, friends. The main trump card is its incredibly strange maneuverability in space. Most ballistic missiles follow a specific and arched path to targets, but Fatah can constantly change its path and move in zigzags. Now let's look a bit more technically at its beating heart. This missile comes with a powerful two-stage solid fuel engine system. Using solid fuel means the preparation time for launch is minimal. In fact, they can launch it towards the target very quickly. The secret of Fatah's maneuvering lies in the second stage nozzle. This advanced movable nozzle directs thrust in various different directions effectively. The warhead maneuvers inside the atmosphere just like a fighter jet. This feature makes predicting its final path impossible for enemy radars. It is interesting to know Fatah works inside and—
Oh god, just to correct myself, actually, the long-range hypersonic missile that America's working on, Dark Eagle, is actually gonna be going faster than the Fatah 2 and the Fatah 1. Because that one's actually gonna have a reported range of 1,700 miles. But the Fatah 2 only has about, once I converted it from kilometers, it's about 1,500 mile range.
The outside atmosphere. This missile can exit the atmosphere and dive back into it. Complex movement in different atmospheric layers makes interception extremely hard indeed, because current defenses are designed for targets with fixed paths only. The main goal of building Fatah is bypassing powerful missile shields. Famous systems like Patriot or Arrow are helpless against this bird. High speed and sudden path changes mess up enemy radar calculations. They cannot guess the next impact point to lock their radars. The Fatah warhead has a conical shape and is very aerodynamic. This specific design helps maintain high speed during the final dive. Also, materials used in the body have very high heat resistance, because at that terrible speed, air friction produces melting hot heat. Some experts say this missile has some radar stealth properties too. Special body coatings absorb radar waves and reflect them much less. Of course, the dizzying speed itself takes away accurate identification time. This means the enemy notices the danger when it's too late. In the world, only a few—
You guys are catching on that like stealth and speed is the key.
Oh yeah, guys, like I said, well, right now, America, we are working on an hypersonic missile program, hypersonic missile, but it's not out yet. Let's see here. Fielding activities for missiles, also known as Dark Eagle, began in December and are expected to wrap up in the next few months. And this was, let's see here, this was defensescoop.com, and this was released on, let's see here, January 21st, 2026. So this is the most updated like news about Dark Eagle. So let's see here. Army spokesman on Tuesday said once delivery of the entire battery system is complete and wrapping it up within the next few months, Dark Eagle will be the United States' first ever operational hypersonic weapon system. I mean, so shout out to Dark Eagle. Cool name.
Hitting them before they even realize.
Two countries possess such advanced technology. Russia, China, the US, and North Korea are in this club. Now Iran has joined this
But the US does not have hypersonics. They have technology like it, but we got nukes, bro. We don't need hypersonics.
Limited and powerful group with Fatah. This shows a huge leap in Iran's missile technology recently.
We need We need the hypersonics because bro, you know how it'd be easily to intercept our nukes? Because they're not attached to hypersonic missiles. That'd be the problem. Hypersonic missiles will be able to stop our nukes like mid-travel. We can't have that.
Friends, let's see what the operational and tactical use is. Fatah is for hitting enemy radars and opening paths for others. First, Fatah blinds defense systems so the sky becomes wide open. This smart tactic ensures the second wave of attacks succeeds perfectly. Accuracy of impact, or being a pinpoint striker, is very important. Despite supersonic speed, its guidance system works very accurately and precisely. Combining speed and precision turns Fatah into a sniper weapon effectively. It can destroy exactly the point we want with great power. Strategically, unveiling Fatah changed the balance of power in the region. The message of this advanced missile to neighbors was quite clear, that no defense shield can guarantee 100% security anymore.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Who do you think they built it for? Israel. I mean, that's like the only people in the area that got a missile defense system. What was it? What do they call it? Because we want to call ours the Golden Dome. What do Israel call theirs again? I forgot. But yes, Israel missile defense system, this is what it's for. I mean, this is why they built this hypersonic missile, to get through their missile defense system. And to let anybody in the region know that, yo, it don't matter what missile defense system you got, we can hit you. And that's pretty much what Iran has been saying. This is why it kind of like tilt the powers a little bit, kind of tilted it in, not in Iran's favor, but it made them more of a formidable opponent.
This issue creates a serious and heavy deterrence for Iran today. Fatah also has the capability of firing from mobile ground platforms. Firing from a mobile...
Now, this is very important. So the Iranians, guys, and this is a big reason too why a ground assault would be retarded. These guys have underground cities with thousands of fucking missiles stockpiled. And they have trucks like this all over the place that can move, shoot, drive away. Go to another location, move, shoot, drive away. Nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, but I mean, if Israel can get the drop on them like last time and destroy all their missile defense systems before, like, you know, they even get to pop off the ground, because that's what Israel did last time. When Israel hit their nuclear facilities, before they hit the nuclear facility, they took out their weapon defense systems, which is basically these cool little things right here. They took them out first, then they went on to their nuclear plants and all that good stuff. So yeah, I mean, Israel kind of trying to nip that in the butt. But if Israel can go ahead, catch them off guard again, and get those out the way, it's going to be a clean sweep for us to get in there. Now, I mean, I'm going to talk about airstrikes, because, you know, boots on the ground is never going to be a good idea when it comes to Iran. You know, unless it's real and 90% of the Iranians actually want to overthrow the government, then it'd be real easy. Actually, we'd have got it done by now.
Launcher means high missile survivability before launch. They can hide it in underground tunnels and
they have underground cities, chat. You guys think Hamas is bad?
But all right, guys. All right. I got to head out. It's getting late. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. I'm going to go ahead and close out here with a video. Why not? Close out with a diss track from Donald Trump to Iran. I think it's fitting, seeing what the topic. So appreciate you guys for tuning in, guys. Make sure you guys double tap the screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel. We do this every night. And turn on your notifications for when I drop a clip or shorts. Or well, next time I go live as well. So make sure you guys double tap that screen, subscribe to the channel, and I catch you guys on the next one. This is Set from Set Media. Peace.
DT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. Since men deep and everybody buy it. We get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to World War like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the off. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I would say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masou, Masal, ooh, first of the money, we clocking they whip. Pat a home on the head, we tactical with it.